First on the agenda is the election of the budget committee chairperson and secretary.
Well, I move that we keep the same people as we had last year. And I'll second that.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, maybe. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, we want to look at the approval of the 2023-24 budget committee meeting minutes. Has everyone had a chance to
Those will be,
look at these? Are
yeah, we didn't,
they were sent out. Where's the other?
Yeah, they're on the agenda
Yeah.
for the.
Has anyone, have you looked at them? Or
yeah, they're from yesterday. So.
I'll make the motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from 23-24 budget.
I'll second it.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion passed. Okay, Kevin is going to go over overview of the budget process and the document.
Oh, yeah, better.
Did I jump ahead?
Yeah. Public comment.
Oh, public comment. Public comment. I don't have any public comment. Well, we might have some on Zoom. Oh, that's true.
It doesn't look like it.
Is there anybody? Okay. All right, so I guess that is me. Good morning, everybody. Before we go into it, I wanted to one housekeeping item. I handed out a sheet for Fund 219, the Economic Development Fund. Notice just some pretty significant typos on the chart that represents the detail of the funding requests that were received. Budget was the same, just the table was incorrect, and so we went ahead and updated that really quick, and I handed everybody out a new one, updated copy, and that would replace page 122 in tab 12 of your budget books. So the old one that's in there, it's dated May 7th on the bottom, and the one that I just handed out stated May 123.
Section 12.
So, next, so just a overview of the process. The way that your books are organized, there's a table of contents. We organize at the very beginning. We organize them by you're trying to group relevant functions and services together, and the corresponding tabs are where you'll find the overviews. The overview pages, it's really intended to just capture the high points and significant changes, any narratives that I wrote or that were submitted by the department heads, directors, or officials would be included there. And those are going to be tabs tabs 6 through 12, and then in tab 13, I guess that would be the official proposed budget. It's the line item details of every fund and department that comprises the budget. So I won't spend time presenting anything from the line item details unless there's specific questions, and then be happy to dig in and answer questions and explain anything as necessary. I think that is about, I'll actually be presenting from the online version of our budget book. There's some of the charts and tables and whatnot that they're not really amenable to printed format. They're more dynamic tables, and so I can make sure to review the information that's on there. They're going to be presenting from the online version. Anybody following along, this is on the county website. You can go to the homepage, go to the finance department, and click on budget. And then you'll see two versions of the proposed fiscal year 24-25 budget. There's a downloadable, which is the PDF that everybody received a printed copy of, at least on the budget committee. And then there's the online budget book, which is the exact same information, just on a little bit more user-friendly format. So that's what I'll be presenting for. Any questions, comments?
Notes, reading it through, there's a couple spots where there's I'll say it, an unfunded budget item. I mean, there might be more than one, but there was one that was budgeted for without any offsetting revenue source. And then there was another one that kind of gave a red flag on a certain area that, I need. Are you gonna, if we want to discuss those, do you come up with recommendations on how to cure, but maybe take care of that, or do we just kind of throw it out there and start talking about it ourselves?
So it's really the pleasure of the committee. This is it's a proposed budget. It's a balanced budget, so I want to certainly understand the details of what you're discussing. The only motion that the budget committee is required to take at some point, hopefully, would be to approve the budget. If the committee desires to modify or make changes to the budget, then that would take a motion and a vote to modify it, and we'll discuss on how to do that. I'm certainly happy to provide my input recommendation on how I think if there's an issue that it would be best addressed, and kind of maintain the integrity and the assumptions that are underlying the whole budget document. But ultimately, if there's a motion to make a change, it's approved, and it's the committee's discretion on what that looks like. Did that answer the question?
Yeah,
Did you want to address those items?
you want to get specific at this point, or you want to? Thanks to Chair.
I think that would be fine. I think it'd be easier actually to address them as they come up.
Okay.
But if you'd like to if you have some.
I want to do what you think is appropriate.
Well, I don't know how everyone else feels, but if we're in that area, to me, it makes more sense.
Yeah, sure, no, that's fine. I just kind of wanted to know ahead of time how to approach it.
Right.
Okay.
And I think that everyone needs to realize that if you have a question, or if there's, I think that we've always been open to resolving that. So. Okay.
All right, so we'll move into the budget message, which I will read that in its entirety. Members of the Budget Committee, Board of Commissioners, and residents of Morrow County. We are pleased to present the Morrow County's budget for the 2024-25 fiscal year. Purpose of this document is to provide clarity and transparency with regard to the financial condition of Morrow County, the allocation of resources necessary to carry out programs and provide services to the public, and the planning process that is involved in order to do so efficiently and effectively. This budget is a result of a collaborative effort and has been prepared based on the input, requests, recommendations of Morrow County staff and officials. As such, throughout the development of this budget, each department head, director, or official provided budgetary proposals that included the identification of resources required to maintain ongoing day-to-day operations of their departments, in addition to submitting requests for capital acquisitions and significant projects that will enhance levels of service that their departments provide and streamline internal processes for the services provided to the public. County is in a unique financial position to make significant strides in investing in public infrastructure. In recent years, the county has seen notable increases in revenue relative to the overall expenditures as depicted in the charts below. The left chart shows net cash inflows since fiscal year 2017 for all governmental funds in the county, while the right chart displays the net cash outflows since 2017 for the same. And actually, the right chart is that is a typo, sorry. The right chart actually shows the beginning balances, the inflows and outflows. The chart on the left is the net of those two. So that's the revenues less expenses that's shown here on the left. You can see every year except for 2018, we've had a net surplus of revenue over expenses. The chart on the right is beginning balances by fund. 2024, our total beginning balances were just over $44 million, and 41% of that was in special revenue funds, 31% of that was in the general fund, and 26% of that was in the capital project funds. Building and maintaining strong reserves is generally beneficial, and it's wise to designate these reserves for specific purposes and financial objectives. It is important to understand that fund balances and reserves built up over time should be treated as non-recurring revenue and not used to fund operating expenses or continuous programs. In recent years, several capital investment projects have been identified, including enhancements to bridges and roads, the construction of a new circuit court building, the restoration of the historic Capitol Courthouse, improvements to county fairgrounds infrastructure, and modernization or enlargement of outdated county facilities. A considerable portion of these reserves have been assigned to such projects in the current budget. Moreover, this budget provides grants for economic and community development support and for essential community services such as childcare programs for senior citizens, assistance to local food banks, and support for other governmental agencies, including the Oregon State University Extension Office, among other important programs and initiatives. During the formulation of this budget, a significant portion of the accumulated fund balances and reserves have been allocated to these and related projects and programs. Regarding the ongoing recurring revenue changes, they have also been rising, albeit at a more moderate pace. The revenue sources in this category include property taxes, strategic investment program revenues, various charges and fees, and intergovernmental revenues and operating grants. These revenue streams are typically identified to support the expansion of services and programs and the general operations of the county. And in this chart, we have a breakdown of the detail of the revenue and beginning balances by categories since from fiscal year 2022, including year-to-date for 2024, our current year budget for 2024, and the proposed budget for fiscal year 2025. The goals and priorities reflected in this budget are as follows. Commitment to supporting emergency medical services throughout the county. Throughout the current fiscal year, the Board of Commissioners has faced the complex task of revising the ambulance service area plan to comply with legal requirements and maintain access to emergency medical services throughout the county. As we approach the end of this process and the beginning of the 2025 fiscal year, it has become clear that due to Morrow County's rural character and sparse population, the county will likely need to subsidize a portion of emergency medical service costs for the service providers. Consequently, a new item has been included in the general fund budget to account for this probability and to ensure sufficient resources are available for these essential services. To facilitate access to clean drinking water for rural Morrow County residents, and be a partner in the region to develop long-range plans to remediate water quality and quantity issues. As in the previous year, this budget reflects a significant allocation of resources towards the county facilitating federal, state, and regional efforts to develop near-term and long-term plans to address the nitrate issue that impacts well owners across the county. There has been significant momentum gaining with the utilization of congressionally direct spending secured by Senators Merkley and Wyden, and will be coming to Morrow and Umatilla counties through an EPA research grant program total about $1.17 million. This funding will be used to further identify and quantify the groundwater issues so that in the next phase of the project, that information and data can be utilized to facilitate the development of long-term solutions. In addition to this, the county provides leadership and coordination to assist, preliminary review, and high-level engineering to assist communities, municipalities, or other entities with seeking out funding to develop near-term solutions for known nitrate hotspots. Investment in systems and technology. During fiscal year 2024, the county began an assessment of its use of systems and technology across the county. This effort originated from the review of business processes throughout the county, as well as areas of opportunity that were identified by the new financial audit firm selected by the Board of Commissioners during the year. As processes, systems, and controls were reviewed, it became evident that there was a significant amount of staff time engaged in time-consuming manual and duplicative processes detracting from other more value-added activities. In addition, through compliance reviews and audits performed by state agencies that provided significant grant funding to the county, there were a number of compliance issues noted that further bolstered and supported the need to invest in upgrading or updating antiquated technology currently being utilized that are inadequate for record keeping and compliance with the numerous state and federal regulations that accompany these types of funding. One of the significant projects contained in this budget would be the next phase of that project, which is the selection and deployment of new technology and systems that will maintain accurate records and reporting and ensure regulatory compliance. Continued access to funding and more streamlined and efficient business processes. Continued investment in the Morrow County workforce to reduce turnover, fill vacancies, and increase stability and competitiveness. This is an ongoing goal for the county and was carried over from the prior year. In fiscal year 2024, faced with a number of years of instability in its workforce and high turnover and vacancy rates, the county underwent a reevaluation of its wage and compensation structure and implemented significant changes and restructuring to the county's compensation structure. In some areas, the county experienced favorable results, but in other areas, the county still struggles with recruitment and retention. In a continuing effort to refine the county's compensation strategy and structure, county staff is reviewing other items such as benefits and will be making recommendations in the coming year. Financial policies, goals, and objectives. At a high level, the fiscal goals and objectives remain consistent with those of the previous budget with one addition. They include ensuring compliance with regulatory agencies, grant provisions, and accounting standards and principles, maximizing financial transparency, standardizing accounting processes and procedures, enhancing the usability and increasing the frequency of financial reporting, leveraging investments made in technology to maximize value creation and realization. Newly added to this list of fiscal objectives is the emphasis on ensuring compliance with regulatory agencies, grant provisions, and accounting standards and principles. Through the course of compliance reviews by funding agencies, several areas have been identified where the county has historically not met requirements. Additionally, in fiscal year 2024, the county completed its first financial audit with a newly selected firm. The results revealed multiple control deficiencies and weaknesses, necessitating a restatement of prior period financials. Although the majority of these findings were due to past practices and have since been addressed, ensuring compliance and strengthening the county's internal controls will be the foremost fiscal goal for the upcoming year. In conclusion, the fiscal year 2025 Morrow County budget is balanced and will continue to support the programs and services provided to our residents. There have been many changes to processes and past practices related not only to the development of this budget, but also with regular day-to-day operations. I'd like to express my appreciation to the staff, department heads, and directors of Morrow County, as well as the Board of Commissioners and other county officials for their support, willingness, and optimism regarding these changes. And lastly, I'd like to extend my appreciation to the Budget Committee for their willingness to participate in the budget process and for their thoughtful input deliberations as we review the fiscal year 2025 budget in detail. Sincerely, Matt Jensen, Morrow County Administrator.
Very good. Any questions, comments?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so budget overview and structure. Just wanted to give an overview of the general financial structure of the county. The Morrow County and the budget is prepared by fund. We have one general revenue fund, primarily revenue from permanent rate, local option levy for operations, interest, other charges and fees are going to be the revenue sources for that fund. We have special revenue funds, quite a number of them. And the description of what comprises those. Those are, in a nutshell, going to be basically funds where the revenues are restricted either by a regulatory agency, a federal or state law, or a commitment by the Board of Commissioners. Capital projects funds, these would be reserves typically, or funds that are specifically set up to handle and track the accounting and complexities that might be related to large or significant capital projects. Primarily from Morrow County, their reserves. And then as projects move forward, then the expenditures still just happen out of those reserve funds. Debt service fund, county has one of those. We'll talk about that in more detail a little bit later.
Question. Talking about a local option levy, Morrow County does not have a local option levy. So
Yeah, these are the general definitions of.
okay.
Yeah, if we did.
Okay.
Yeah, this is information that's provided from the Oregon Department of Revenue. They have a site dedicated to local budget law and a number of resources, and so I took a lot of this just as a good backstop and general information about the budget process and how everything is structured. Internal services funds, enterprise funds. We don't have any in Morrow County at the present time. Trust and agency funds, those are we have a number of those. Basically, think of those as a fiduciary fund where we're holding funds or managing funds on somebody else's behalf. The county treasurer, Jamie, I think she's here, right? Yeah. She oversees all the fiduciary funds. And then reserve funds, I kind of touched on that and grouped it together with capital project funds. But again, fund used to accumulate reserves for revenue stability or future projects. The budget has several layers to it. Within each fund, there is an organizational unit. Think of those as we refer to them in Morrow County as the departments. Below that, we have object classifications, and below that, we have line item details. The object classifications, that's a dry accounting term for those are the categories that we refer to as materials and services, personnel services, interfund transfers, capital outlay, special payments. I think that one's it. I think that's it. Organization of the county. This is I think everybody in the room is pretty familiar with the organization of the county. This has been updated from the prior year to include the Assistant County Administrator position, which is newly added in fiscal year 2024 and reflected in this budget. And shows the departments that individual will be overseeing. Awesome. Other than that, I believe this is the same as what it was in fiscal 2024. Oh, except for probably the in the sheriff's office, the manager, emergency services manager is now under the sheriff's office. Prior to, they were probably under the county administrator. Talk about the object classifications. So appropriations, when the budget is adopted and the board makes appropriations, the appropriations establish the legal authority to expend the funds up to the amount appropriated. Appropriations can be made by organizational unit or program or by the object classification. In our general fund, for the most part, all of the departments in the general fund, appropriations are made at the department level. Non-departmental expenditures, those are made at the object class level. So you'll see in our general fund budget, all of the appropriations level for each department is just going to say department. And then for non-departmental, you'll see materials and services, personnel services, capital outlay, interfund transfers, special payments. In the balance of all the funds, for the most part, those are all appropriated by object classification and not by department. Any questions on that? So moving into revenue and resources, we already touched on this in the budget message, but this chart here is back from 2017 and reflects the beginning fund balances. What are beginning fund balances? Those are going to be the unspent funds, including reserves, any budgetary savings from the prior year. Beginning fund balances are really what's used to establish the working capital as we move into the next fiscal year. The fund balances should be set and maintained at appropriate levels to ensure the county has adequate access to working capital to sustain operations in light of the cyclical and seasonal revenue streams that we receive. You can see a trend back to fiscal year 2020. Our beginning balances were relatively stable. Then fiscal year 2021 through 22, 23, and 24, they have grown substantially. So since most of that growth, actually all categories, the capital project funds, general fund, as well as special revenue funds have grown substantially. I've included some information on the composition of fund balances. The total fund balances within each fund are typically they're going to be made of three different, I guess, types of categories. One of those would be any revenues, any surplus after budgetary surplus from the prior year. Unappropriated fund balances, and that would be an amount that's set. And in this budget, those are for operating funds. Try to keep unappropriated fund balances right around 17% of total appropriations. That's just to ensure that there's adequate cash and working capital. Reserves for future expenditures. These are that's another unappropriated category of fund balance. That's where we're accumulating funds for future projects that we don't intend to expend this year. Unappropriated fund balances, they can't be touched except for in the case of an emergency, and the list of qualifying emergencies or pretty narrow, natural disasters and, civil disturbances, acts of God, essentially. Reserves for future expenditures. If there is a need to access those reserves for future expenditures in the current fiscal year, we can do so. It has to go through a supplemental budget process, which requires public notice and public hearings. But for the again, those are reserves that are held and usually committed to a specific project. General operating contingencies. This is an appropriation category within a fund. The assumption is that the operation of any local government is going to experience unforeseen things as it progresses through any year. And things that could not be foreseen during the budget process. And that's what the operating contingencies are for. We cannot spend directly from operating contingency. We have to, if we need to access operating contingencies, we need to take it requires board action to transfer funding from contingency into whatever category or department we need to expend those funds from. So, for example, if I have consultants in the accounting department that were going to cause me to exceed my total accounting budget by $100,000, and it was necessary, we couldn't foresee it at the time of budgeting, then I would bring a request forward to the board, and we could it would be up to the board and require board action to be able to transfer that contingency from general fund operating contingency to whatever department. In that case, it would be the account. Not every fund is allowed to have an operating contingency, only operating funds. So funds that pay operating expenses, it's easiest to think of it as if there's personnel expenditures out of a fund, we can consider that an operating fund, and it's appropriate to have an operating contingency in that fund. So, generally speaking, for the general fund and other operating funds, the fund balance target is set at 25% in this budget, meaning that net of money that we plan to expend, we want to have 25% made up of either operating contingencies, unappropriated fund balance, or reserve for future expenditures. The rationale behind that number is essentially 90 days worth of operating expenditures in the bank. So we have, fairly cyclical, our revenues peak in November and are relatively flat, throughout the other months of the year, except for, I guess the shoulder months to November. And in order to ensure that we have adequate revenue to operate off of, Government Finance Officers Association, they have a lot of best practice guidance and recommendations. They recommend that governments keep a minimum of 60 days of operating expenditures in fund balances. This goes a bit more conservative than that, and 25% essentially allows us to have 90 days in fund balances. The way that that's divided up in this budget is 18% of total appropriations. When I say total appropriations, I'm only talking about materials and services, personnel services, and capital outlay in operating funds. We don't include interfund transfer amounts or contingency in the percent of when we calculate the percent of total appropriations. So the way this budget is structured, 18% of total appropriations is allocated to unappropriated fund balance. Think of that as what we try to keep in the fund as a permanent balance that we just want to maintain in that operating fund. We can get to it if there's a major emergency, if we need to, but it really is important to maintain that level of capital and that balance in the fund to ensure that liquidity on a day-to-day basis of capital. 7% is generally allocated to general operating contingency, so. Of 7% of materials and services and personnel services, those are the biggest components. 7% of that total, capital outlay too, I'm sorry, would be, what the operating contingencies are based on. So, any questions about that? So for fiscal 2025, we're projecting a pretty significant increase in the estimated fund balances, beginning fund balances, primarily driven in two funds, our capital improvement fund and our general fund. And we're looking at probably this is a forecast and an estimate of about 18.6% increase over what we had in fiscal 2024, which is about $18.2 million or $8.2 million. The reason for that significant increase in fund balances is unanticipated revenue from strategic investment program agreements. There was the $5 million community development contribution for one of the for the SIP agreement with Amazon, right? And then we received 2 distributions from Columbia River Enterprise Zones, and those distributions total just around $8.2 million. So that's where the bulk of it comes from. We don't regular SIP program revenue is budgeted as a revenue. At the time of budgeting for fiscal 24, we didn't know about the $5 million community development contribution. That was a new element in that SIP agreement. CREDS revenues, because they're not certain of whether or not there's even going to be a distribution, and then what that distribution looks like, those are not budgeted. So anytime we receive those, or recall there's a couple of when we receive those 2 distributions, we brought that to the board to discuss where we should be reporting that revenue. And then there's a very long and detailed chart that shows all of our historical fund balance details for all of our funds. Feel free to jump in and ask questions. I'm getting over a cold, so my voice is straining a little bit.
Now, were these question marks in here, or did I? Because I have a couple of, I think it's because this is in a negative. But
Yeah, that's probably.
it's highlighted and maybe question mark as to why that would be. And that's,
At the end of fiscal year 2023, the
okay,
expenditures exceeded the
okay,
revenues and the fund balance. Yeah.
makes sense.
Are we pausing to
Oh, I'm sorry.
those are not?
We're digging.
Yeah. You want me to, should I keep going or should I?
There you go. Yeah, you
I
got it.
think I keep going.
Okay.
I think he knows where he's got his.
I want to make sure we don't bend.
He might have.
This is-
Okay, so moving on to revenue trends, this chart represents our actual revenue trends from 2017 to 2024. As you can see, 2020, right around COVID, we saw a significant increase in revenues. Largely, that's gonna be driven by, grants. Fair funding that was received at the time. And then we also, started to see, more significant revenues related to, the SIP and trust payments, and there was a, kind of a quasi in lieu of tax type payment from Amazon that. Yeah. The categories on this chart are. It's difficult to show the trending in fiscals 21 and 22. It seems like some of those categories, some of those revenues were just kind of accounted for wherever and didn't really fit into, they didn't really put them in the right category. So that's why that looks a little bit wonky, but overall, that's our trend. Tax revenue for fiscal 2025. Keep in mind, this is a budgetary basis, not an actual basis. So from a budgetary basis, there's a small decrease from the budgeted tax revenues from fiscal 24. The reason for that in FY 24, so our county assessor, Mike Gorman, he provides me with the certified property taxes for the next fiscal year and estimates of SIP revenues. Did I right? Estimates.
Certified property tax.
Okay. Estimates, yeah. And then I take that information and based on the historical difference between what that estimate was versus what was actually collected throughout that year, come up with a factor to multiply that by, because we don't ever receive 100% of what that estimate is. In fiscal 24, I was it was my first year and I was perhaps a little too optimistic and didn't look at far enough back. I used a collection rate of 98.8%. This year I went back and looked at averages for a number of years and felt like it was best to adjust that downwards to reflect the average. So it was adjusted downward to 96.1% collection rate.
Kevin, can I interject a little bit? The certified taxes, the actual and the estimates are before discount. So discount 3%. So we actually collect, our collection rate is more like 98%, but that's not taking into account the 3% discount, which.
And that's an early payment, correct?
Yeah, yes, and that's about 85% of the total taxes receive the discount, most people say. So, and I understand, you know, your collection rate factor, but we actually, our collection rate is more like 98, 99%.
To the discounted part.
Yeah. So there should be, you know, label that discount and collection loss or something maybe.
Yeah, one of the other areas where it really differs is the budget's prepared on a modified accrual basis. And so we make assumptions about taxes that are collected subsequent to July 3rd or June 30th of each, you know, up to 90 days. And so that would also be reflected in the budgetary basis numbers that might the assessor's office wouldn't, you know, so they're not, the basis for the two numbers are different. They're not directly comparable, but we can show through math and explanation about how they correlate with each other.
And last year for my budget estimate, and I do budget estimates for all taxing districts, but specifically for county and any countywide district, I was maybe a little over aggressive on my estimate, and the actual first time ever that in my tenure that my estimate was over what we actually collected. So part of the problem, I shouldn't say problem, part of the challenge with doing estimates is you know, the bulk of the value, taxable value for Morrow County is evaluation performed by the Department of Revenue. And, I just have to try to model things, and sometimes my model doesn't actually work with what actually happened, so, I was a little over aggressive last year, but I think I'm, back to a more conservative approach this year.
That being said, Mike gives us very good numbers and it's pretty reliable information. And even though he may have been over aggressive, we're not in any sort of concern of having revenue shortfall for fiscal 24. No, he does a very good job with all that. So this is property tax revenue. For the most part, everything represented on this chart goes into the general fund, with the exception of PRES payments and SIP payments. We went back and forth with our auditors about really those are, you know, both payment in lieu of taxes and how to best represent those. Because it's not really tax revenue, it's in the lieu of tax. This is kind of what we decided on. I think they touched on it when they presented their audit report too. But what we're doing is we're gonna start breaking those out because it's such a significant source of revenue into the county. That you know, I think it's important that we differentiate that from, you know, regular property taxes. So you'll see in the property tax category, there's two lines, taxes levied in the current year and then previous levy taxes. That's basically the estimated amount of collected delinquent taxes, essentially. Then we have the SIP revenues. Those are from budget to budget. Going to be forecast to be relatively stable, small increase. We actually had two SIP agreements end in fiscal 2024, and those revenues won't be coming in for 2025. We'll talk about the details of that when I get to that fund. Then we have other taxes, and in this other payment in lieu of tax category, there's some gosh, I'm sorry. There's a lot of lines, several thousand lines in this budget, so I don't have all of the details right off the top of my head all the time. That's going to, that's in lieu of taxes that we receive through some utility payments that we get that are in lieu of tax, and we also get some in lieu of tax from the U.S. Department of Interior, and I would have to go back and look at the details of what that is.
Yeah.
One of those is from the state, and one of those from the
Heavy equipment rental tax is in lieu of, and then there's another component of SIP on the income tax side that we get a distribution of as well.
the gain share. That's actually why we're putting that in with the SIP general revenues.
Okay,
Yeah.
but those it's not a lot of money, but there's some years we don't get them from all entities. I'm not really involved with that. I just know the
The state's about 2 years behind, so
you know,
on that one, we would, those two that closed will still get a little bit.
yeah, it's kind of a challenging system. The state uses the treasury used to get a check. Now I think you get a deposit, and it doesn't have any restriction. And so we call around to various agencies in the Department of Revenue and try to match up a dollar amount and figure out what it's for.
I think, and I'll show you the detail of what that amount is.
Hey, Chair, can I ask a question? And probably Mike. Now, when Sunstone comes on, they're under the pilot program. Do you expect that to be you think you'll make another line item? I'm not sure what you're gonna.
The pilot program, that will probably be just under the in lieu of tax. It depends on what the amount is gonna be.
Okay.
You know, we're the chart of accounts restructuring consolidation, that we did last year, really, we moved away from, not tried to, we moved away from having, you know, an individual general ledger account for, every source of revenue and payment that the county receives. And so instead, we're categorizing them in the report on what the details are. So, the exception, would be like I was talking about the SIP revenues, those are gone to the point where there's such a significant portion. So if it's large enough that we want to definitely call it out separately, then you know, we'll talk with the auditors about making a presentment like that.
Yeah, we'll have to model what that's going to be, because that project, it's a very large project, but it's going to be done in phases. So initially, it may not be large enough to, you know, create its own sort of account for, but when it's fully built out, it may be a very significant.
Moving along, we've got some details on the SIP revenues. These are the, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4 SIPs that we've budgeted to receive revenues from for fiscal 25. The revenue comes in like different buckets. There's a community service fee, which is generally distributed to taxing districts or other entities, and I believe only one of those has a portion going to the county. Additional fees or additional monies generally are money that comes to the county. The next, I guess, as money is retained by the county, it all comes to the county. The gain share that Mike was talking about just a moment ago, and then our total SIP revenues, and the so total SIP revenues coming into the county, $6.4 million. Add to that the $180,000 that we expect in the gain share, and that's just based on an average. That's the best we can do with that. Like Mike said, it's a convoluted way they calculate it. We don't really have all the information necessary, but it's not a significant amount relative to the total revenue. So, so total SIP and related revenues coming into the county about just shy of $6.6 million. Of that 6.6 million, distributed to other entities, there's almost $1.5 million. That is right off the top of the community service fee distributed to other entities. $130,000 retained by the county, and those are specific to the distribution agreements related to those specific SIP programs, where the distribution percentages are outlined and who receives the funds. And so that's what drives the distribution of the community service fee.
And that's going to increase significantly when the Amazon site becomes operational. I don't know if that's going to be, it's going to be operational by the end of this calendar year or not. But that community service fee is going to be $2.5 million, and then the additional, I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's pretty significant as well.
Additional monies, the county is receiving $4.8 million. The gain share, we distribute that the same, based on the same distribution that we distribute, that those distribution agreements outline. So of the 4.9, just 4.9 million. So if we look at the 130,000 here, the 4.819 here, and the 7,300 here, we get the total amount that actually comes to the county and stays with the county. And that's what's going to be reflected in our in the budget. What does the county do and where are those funds allocated in this budget? So I have by fund, you can see we have general fund, $287,000, road equipment reserve and road fund, right around $2 million. Emergency dispatch, about $800,000. That number might be a surprise, and I wanted there's a backstory and then kind of a restructuring of how we're accounting for emergency dispatch that I'll go into when we get to that fund. Fair fund, 152,000. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got a question on, this is one of my questions here. Cause you mentioned the fact that once these revenues run out, the road department isn't gonna have as much money. Now, is this something we need to be thinking about ahead of time? And would you give it should be, because I noticed we have a road equipment reserve, but and that is for future equipment needs.
So the road equipment reserve, it's intended to be for future equipment needs. What ends up really happening is we allocate money there and most, if not all of that gets spent in that year. So to go back and answer the first question, yeah, that is the only area of the finances and the budget of the county that I am uncomfortable with. Not to the point where, we need to raise a red flag and, levy a tax or anything like that. But this is just a general awareness that absolutely requires some planning and consideration. So the way that it was dealt with in the budget, the road fund is going to be primarily funded through the highway tax, fuel tax. They receive most of the funding that comes from the Finley Butte license fees, which I would, those are going to be there as long as the Finley Butte landfill's in operation, or until that contract gets renegotiated. So for all intents and purposes, I would consider that a relatively stable, long-term source of revenue. I'm comfortable using that for the road fund. Outside of that.
I'm sorry, I have a question there. Isn't that money can they only use it on that stretch of road there?
So that's a great question. There's 3 different buckets of Finley Butte money. Bucket number 1, I'll come right back to your question, but just to address this one. So bucket number 1 is the $1 million that the county received a number of years ago. That's held in a trust fund that is got to be held for future closure costs related to the landfill. Bucket number 2 is the license fees that through the course of time, at one point were restricted, used for certain specific things, and then it's kind of evolved, and now essentially it's less restricted than general funds because we can use them on roads. There's no restrictions, and that's what I'm talking about here. That's funding a significant portion of roads. Then there's a third bucket of revenues that come from Finley Buttes, and that's the portion of the license fees that are specifically dedicated to the maintenance of the Finley Butte, of that stretch of road between the interstate and the landfill.
Okay.
So,
And that's just bombing.
yeah.
It doesn't include the artillery else.
No. So, when I talk about the Finley Butte license fees that are going to the road fund, I'm talking about the unrestricted.
And it's $1 million.
Oh, significantly more.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to get too far off because we'll cover that detail.
Okay, thank you.
So, Chair Sykes, to get back to your question. Yeah, so about $2 million, if you look at the total road budget, $2 million is anticipated to come from SIP revenues for fiscal 25. The issue or concern with that, once those SIP programs expire and the revenue related to that project and that property starts coming in through the tax rolls, we can no longer use that for road equipment or road maintenance operation, bridges, anything. So there is definitely a risk there. Whether or not you consider those to be a long-term resource is up for debate. If we make the assumption that think we're gonna have SIP revenues forevermore, then, great, let's put a chunk towards roads. I take a more conservative approach. I expect at some point in the future, I don't know if it's 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, or 5 years. At some point in the future, there's likely to be some type of restructuring of programs at the state related to economic development, maybe new statutes, and those, or a lack of future development in the county, and that would greatly jeopardize those reliance on those SIP revenues. So, generally speaking, I don't think it's a good idea to rely on those for general operations. However, you'll notice that there's a significant portion for road equipment reserve. Because the county is receiving those revenues at the present time, we've kind of taken the approach that let's invest in some of the one-time, non-recurring, non-annual type needs. So there's been a lot of money going into replacement and upgrading of equipment that the road department's using. And then of the road fund, that $971,000, their total capital project budget in the road fund is right around $670,000, if I recall. So if that money were to go away today, they would take a $2 million hit, but the affected programs in the road department would be, we'd have to come up with another way to finance the purchase of equipment, and they would have to delay or cancel capital projects. Obviously, you can't do both of those in the long term, but in the near term, if you have to manage your operational cash flows, I would consider those to be on an annual basis, a one-time expenditure that you would have to look at possibly delaying. And so we try to not finance the operations and maintenance portion of the road department with SIP, but there is a little bit there. So yes, that's a very long answer, but it's pretty complex, but yes, it should be on the radar, and I would recommend some thought, or at least just general cognizance of it, because it's a risk.
Yeah, okay, that kind of circles back to my original thought is that a concern that should be done by this body?
You mean by the board?
No.
The budget committee.
But, and before you answer that, I want to give an example that I think worked pretty good. We had a $14 million hole in our defined benefit program, correct? Was it somewhere around there?
Yeah.
Unfunded liability?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
this board came to you and said, hey, give us some ideas on how to get that funded and make that go away under a certain number of years. And you did that, you remember? Well, you with the help of now, would this group right here, if they saw that as this, the money drying up in the road fund, would they be the ones to, if they wanted to, if they thought it was, enough concern this year, maybe next year, whenever, would they be the ones that should say, hey, can you give us a plan? That's why I was originally asked, would you be able to give recommendations on how to at least keep our roads equivalent, with the equipment, with the maintenance and whatever. And once the SIP agreements go away.
I certainly think that's within the purview of the budget committee to modify the current budget that's in front of them if they feel like it. But as if I take off the budget officer hat and put on the finance director hat, that's something that I think about all the time. And if I have if it rises to the point where I have a major concern about our ability to continue to fund the roads, and I'm not talking about in just the next year, you know. If I see, you know, a hazard coming 5 years down the road, I'm gonna bring that to the board and we're gonna have some discussions about what, you know. Unfortunately, there's not a good solution for it. The county doesn't have any other recurring ongoing streams of revenue that can just be used for county roads. So really what you're talking about, the solution is to cut the road budget or levy a tax. Or a bond, I guess you could do that.
Or wouldn't a reserve fund from, I mean, if we're getting, how much is our SIP agreements, or not SIP, but all of our payments in lieu of taxes, they're up substantially, as you pointed out. Would there be a way to put some of this away now? Or not? To
Yeah,
mitigate.
you
when we
certainly,
don't-
you
Is that-
certainly
is that
could, you
logical, or is it,
certainly, you could do that.
or do people usually look at that later and go, gee, we need it, let's open it up and take it out? Really, they
So-
something to laugh there.
So, right, yeah. I mean, that would be one solution. We certainly could take, you know, $20 million and put it in what's called a permanent fund. It's basically an endowment and just let it generate
Well,
interest, but I guess the question is what other services don't get funded?
and I'm not thinking of all in 1 year.
Mhm.
I'm saying like you gave us a projection on how to, go back to the example of the unfunded mandate for the defined benefit. We didn't take care of that all in 1 year and starve other programs. But say, give it, you know, Mike or somebody would give us a projection of based on what we have on the books already, or, you know, pretty close to what's our SIP or you know, non-tax revenue going to be over a certain number of years, and could we spread that out so we don't starve or hurt other programs too? Because it seems like once you have the surplus or you have these revenues coming in, that's the time to plan for when you don't have them.
Yep.
You know,
Absolutely to do that.
yeah, and say like, okay, not 20 all in 1 year, but just a chunk, but know when the majority of our SIP agreements are gonna run out. And I put say SIP, but that includes, I'm throwing all the non-tax revenue.
Understood.
Yeah, okay. And say, okay, if you put this much away every year, we won't give everybody too much pain, and you might be better off with your roads, maybe.
Yeah, we could absolutely establish, you know, like a road revenue stabilization fund or something like that and allocate funds towards that, without a doubt.
Some of this I think Kevin hit on, and some of what you're getting at, Dave, I think is that, you know, it's in there in the road department budget about doing the bridge inventory and with becoming this next year. And once maybe that is established, of what we may have a high level projection of what it's going to cost to repair, replace bridges and whatnot. Because I know that we've socked away $2.5 million in this budget but those are 30-50 year investments. They aren't an ongoing. So we can take this money that, as you pointed out, is going to have a end life to it, but it's not going to continue on. But if we make that 30-50 year investment, then we won't need money again for another 30-50 years to figure that out.
Yeah, and thanks for bringing that up. It was one good thing about that. That's exactly what I did with the bridge reserve that we established in the current fiscal year budget, where I made a lot of effort in this budget to allocate some of these surpluses that we have and commit them to specific projects. One of those, the plan was to accumulate, I think, $500,000 a year for the next 5 years, to accumulate a bridge reserve to the tune of $2.5 million that we could leverage that against grants and other funding programs to address the county bridges. A chunk of CREZ revenues, I ended up allocating that and completely funding that, actually in excess. I think I funded up to $3 million because I personally think 2.5 is a little bit light for bridges, so. But funded that up to $3 million in the current year, and so that's a reserve that's established in the road fund. And yeah, there's certainly nothing that would preclude us from doing anything like that for just general road operations, to establish a road operations reserve.
And, you know, kind of the same thing as asphalt roads that have completely deteriorated. And next go read asphalt, it's much more expensive to go do that, so if we do that now, and then the maintenance of chip sealing every other years, or cheaper. So again, while we have this pool of money coming in, it's the point you're making, David. Let's go re-asphalt those roads, let's go rebuild those bridges while we have this pool of money. Is the cost of chip sealing is far less than to go rebuild it.
And so the other part to that is, I think, all the pool of money before it's quote laid claim to, because they go, wow, you got all this money, is to make that part of the claim on it, you know, I mean, because people, you know, they'll go, wow, you got all this money, let's spend it, you know, and just make that part of our thinking, you know.
Yeah, so one of the things that we've talked about, and we haven't had honestly the time of the people to actually get this in place, and Matt's talked about this as well. This discussion needs to be part of a larger capital investment discussion, and one thing that, you know, there's been a significant change in the accounting department. We got a finance manager hired. She starts next week. That's going to create a significant amount of bandwidth for me to be able to spend more of my time on planning. And we need to look at this as in the context of other capital investment needs across the county. And we need to prioritize, and you know, that's certainly something that can happen at the budget committee. But there's absolutely nothing that would preclude us from, you know, during the course of the year, if we adopted a capital improvement plan, and part of that was to establish a fund, you know, to establish a road reserve. We can certainly do that too. So the problem is it's just you can't look at one thing without looking at all of it. And what we really need to do from a county-wide perspective is get a good assessment of what are our capital investment needs in the future, and then go through a prioritization exercise where, you know, where we understand, you know, what the community and public and the board, you know, what's at the top of that list and what are we going to address first. And then the discussion becomes a lot easier. And then within the framework of that, I'll absolutely put together a plan to meet the financial needs and requirements of that type of plan. But without that structure and without that prioritization, I'm kind of throwing darts and guessing maybe the board will like this, maybe the board won't like this. That's why we're part of a bigger exercise. So we plan to move right into that in August. Okay. You know, we're going to take a little bit of a breather, and then Matt and I are going to get started on putting together a capital plan and getting all the departments involved. And you know, maybe it's a series of work sessions. Certainly something that affects, you know, future budgets. So it would be appropriate to, you know, they're just informational sessions and work sessions. Invite the budget committee members, so you know they're informed about what's transpired. That's kind of the best case. That's how I would like to approach it.
And I believe very strongly that as long as people know, I mean, if it's, I think that you'd find that most taxpayers were fine with a plan to have, you know, especially if they have bad roads, you know, themselves. And so I think, you know, that a good plan and making sure that plan is, I guess, people know about it.
And there is a planning process, correct? There's a road plan.
Well, I think.
Well, yeah. So there's a road improvement plan.
Yes.
I'm talking about a capital plan
right.
for the
Capital.
But
county in general.
But it would help to have that road improvement plan obviously.
100%, and that's one piece of it, absolutely.
I will say this, the road department's for public works budget. You know, they get, you know, road tax dollars and then the gas tax dollars, excuse me. And that's kind of a very flawed distribution, because it gets distributed by, registered vehicles and, maybe population or something. So like Multnomah County, who has, you know, 60% of the registered vehicles and population in the state get 60% of the money. And they have the least amount of county roads in it. For like Morrow County, you know,
Almost all.
very, you know, the bottom 5 probably of registration and population, and you get very small amount. Before, you know, prior commissions started, and I say shoving money down roads, that tax time, you know, we still get a lot of people, a lot of farmers, ranchers, people that live out in rural areas come in and pay property taxes at the counter. And they think property tax money is what pays the road, even though we know that's not, but you know, they would say, you know, here's my tax payment, I'll send the road grader out, grade my road or fix my potholes. About 2016 or 17, when we really started supplementing, public works budget, and they started, you know, rebuilding, repaving, fixing, bought more newer graders, and were able to do more. Probably the last 4 or 5 years, I haven't had one complaint. There for several years, I would have to wear suspenders to work during tax time because I wouldn't have anything else to hold my pants up. So I have absolutely seen a positive effect from, you know, basically doubling or tripling what was previously the public works and road department's budget, and it has been very, very well received.
Well, that budget is what we're talking about, but, and the other thing you bring up is it's a flawed system of where we're getting our revenue now. This would allow us to kind of take more control of more county future, you know. So,
Well, we can.
yeah, well, that's the key, right there, while we can.
Absolutely, we're the most financially, county, successful county probably in the state. We've just got a lot of good things going for us, and really need to take advantage of that and plan for it.
That's kind of hard.
Yeah.
Spread it out.
Chair, if I can make a comment. One of the things is with this budget, we're trying to get the tools in place to affect these things. Anything from the ERP that was mentioned during the budget meeting to be able to facilitate long-term strategic planning to the capital improvement plan that we're going to be jumping into this summer and fall, to even having strategic sessions for the commission to be able to meet and say, these are the projects we're going to authorize. All these things just take a little bit of time. This issue with the road funding is something that is statewide, as Mike Woman kind of talked about, saying, you know, other counties are in much more dire straits than us, and we definitely need to take advantage of the economic sunshine that we're getting right now to plan ahead. And at the same time, understanding that SIP and PRES funds are payment in lieu of taxes for general fund taxing. And so we have to balance that with, you know, we have increasing services because of all this. And so it's going to take a little bit of noodling to figure that out and create some spreadsheets on that. And we hope to be able to do that in the near future. Not necessarily in this budget cycle, but hopefully in the near future.
And don't get me wrong, I wasn't saying that you should do it today.
But we gotta be thinking about it.
They're thinking about it, and then thinking, and then, okay.
And being transparent. Right?
Yeah, and how is the budget committee involved? So they can get there.
Proceed that. I'd like to interject too, because you stated that, and you stated it, that the budget committee, which I'd be happy to come in extra, would be involved in that strategic planning, because we're here talking about it, we're involved in it from the base. So we have an idea and all the different departments come and we hear their story. So I think it would be, I can't speak for anybody else, but I would be willing to give that time when it comes to the strategic planning part of this, because,
So that's a great comment, and that was 100% the plan this year. I had intended to, we got 3 to 5 year capital plans from the departments that, had significant capital investments, and I had hoped to have a budget committee meeting in February where it wasn't, we weren't deliberating on a budget, but rather just reviewing financial condition and 3 to 5 year plans of departments. We got buried with an audit, and we're still working on the audit. And we just didn't have the resources in terms of people and man hours to do that, unfortunately. And it killed me to not do that, because I feel very strongly that's a better approach than getting together once a year and throwing everything at you all at once.
Well, and I don't know, I'm sure everyone on this budget committee gets the same thing I do. I have especially one individual that when he finds out it's budget time, my phone starts ringing. I need my road repaired. He passes it on to his children. I don't hear that. And his wife. But, and when I talk to, the department down there, they said, well, we've got it on our list, but other things that are more important that come up have to be moved up. I'd say, call him and tell him that, because I've already told him that, but every year, and I haven't got the call yet, but so I think that the budget, like, I agree that the budget committee being into some of that will help. Because we get asked. we get, you haven't done it yet, Linda. Nope, I tried.
Also, I'd like to point out, there's a little personal point of hubris for Kevin. If he can get that capital plan and do that, he qualifies to be like GFAO OA certified, and he gets a nice little plaque that he puts up each year.
It's an award for the county.
But he was really frustrated when he reported, I can't get the capital plan done, I won't get my plaque this year. And he's looking, I said 2025 into your year, we're gonna get it done. So just to out you.
And that little personal ego thing, I go home and I get to listen to my wife talk about her annual. But no, it really is the best thing for the county to.
One more question real quick before, so the road fund, what, does that have capital and maintenance in it? And is there some kind of split between that, or is it, how does that?
So that's the amount of funding that's going towards the road equipment reserve and the road fund. And I can just
Yeah, the road equipment, I understand that,
Yeah.
but in the
jump
in the
over.
road fund itself, does that have capital improvement projects and maintenance in it, or is it just capital improvement projects?
I will show you here. Wait just 1 second. So in the road fund. The total capital outlay in the road fund is $604,000. They had a very capital intensive year for fiscal 24. Most of their time, energy, and resources went towards, capital investments, so new paving, overlays, that type of stuff. Fiscal 25, they're focusing more on the chip sealing and the maintenance aspects of it.
Okay.
But yeah, so this is the road fund budget here, and you can see the capital portion is 604. The total expenditure budget, $11.4 million.
Okay.
So it's a significant portion, but in terms of the amount of dollars, but relatively speaking, minimal risk. You know, I spent a lot of time talking with Eric, public works director, and talking through this. It's top of mind for the maintenance operations manager or the assistant roadmaster, Mike Haugen. We have a lot of discussions about this constantly. One of the other things to mention is they've really sharpened up the pencils, and you'll see that when we get to the departmental budgets. There's some things that have probably been charged out from the road department that maybe didn't necessarily need to be. So all the shop expenses, really looking at how much public works administration costs should get allocated to the road department. Things like that where it's not a prohibited use of road funds, but maybe it doesn't make sense. In the amounts that have been charged to the road fund. So they're really sharpening their pencils on the administrative side of it too, to make sure that we want those road dollars to go what they are specifically going to benefit the county the most for. And if we have an alternative source of revenue to fund other stuff, then utilize that. That answers you.
Yes.
Great questions. So just to circle back and finish up on the county use of SIP revenues. Of the 4.9, the other significant thing I want to mention of the 4.9 that's retained by the county, $1 million of that goes to the Morrow County school districts and Island school districts. That's outlined in the Wheat Ridge SIP agreement. And $21,000 goes to the Community Renewable Energy Association. Again, that's outlined. So really, it's of that $6.5 million in revenue, the county's retaining and utilizing about 3.9 million of it. Grant revenue for fiscal 20, well, this is historical grant revenue. Fiscal 23 and 22, we saw some of those federal, those one-time federal grants come in. That's, they're not recurring, so we're not anticipating those grant funds in 2024. Also, for the last couple of years, the airport has been receiving some pretty significant grant funding for their airport improvement plan that comes through the federal agency. Yes, thank you, the FAA. And they're kind of in between cycles, so they're going to be spending time on getting that airport improvement plan updated this year, so they don't have significant federal grant funding coming in there. So that's probably what the most significant decrease in the grants are. Also represented here, these are the shared revenues on the bottom of the chart. Those are the apportionments of the state, the entertainment device tax, the 911 tax. I've got to actually use the technology to go out and just click on it. The gas, state highway tax, 911, special county road funds, lottery dollars, RV tax, alcohol, cigarette, and amusement taxes. So those are the other intergovernmental shared revenues. And then the last component that is a significant portion, I guess, of revenues would be charges for fees and charges for fees and services, all funds. For fiscal 25, just a small increase in, charges and fees. Is expected between 2024 and 2025. From 4.5 million up to just shy of $5 million. Other revenues, these are relatively small, and insignificant. When I say insignificant, I'm only talking about the materiality level from, accounting speak. Every dollar is very significant, but, immaterial, I guess would be a better word to describe that. With the exception of interest income, obviously with interest rates, increasing over the last couple of years, most of our holdings are experiencing significant rates of return over prior years, plus our growing fund balances and the significant amount of cash that we have on hand. We're generating a pretty substantial revenue stream through interest revenue, and that is allocated pro rata based on the fund balance of the fund that contributed to capital. Generally speaking. Any questions on revenue? What's everybody doing? Okay. So expenditures and requirements. This is trend over the last 7 years of expenditures and requirements for all funds. The blue on the chart represents personnel services. The light blue is materials and services. Interfund transfers is the dark orange, light orange, special payments, and then the purple on the bottom is capital outlay. So overall, starting with materials and services, we're expected to we have a budgeted increase of about $5 million. Let me just double check that number real quick. Oh, okay. So materials and services, budgeted increase by about $5 million from the fiscal 24 budget. It is a significant increase. The drivers behind that. So mentioned in the budget message was the ambulance service support. Don't really know what that's going to look like, but from all the information that I received and guidance in talking with Matt, it's likely we're going to pay have to expend some money to pay to support those services, whatever the ultimate providers looks like. So in order to track and categorize that, we created a new general fund department in the budget, emergency medical services, and it was funded at $1.5 million for this budget.
Okay, that was my other question, and now I see where I was in. When it says no revenue, it doesn't generate any revenue. Okay.
Yeah.
It's funded, it just.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's funded through general fund. As you know, we're funding the interim services with remaining ARPA money for this fiscal year, but because from everything that I see, and let me know if anybody sees it differently, it looks like this is going to be an ongoing recurring thing. So we needed to incorporate it into our regular recurring revenues. And the general fund made the most sense for them.
So this assumption was the one I provided this to Kevin for use. This assumption is under the idea that we will have providers to cover the 3 different ambulance service areas, that they will retain whatever billable revenues that they receive for the ambulance runs, and we will be just supplementing to help keep them full. And so there isn't a revenue line on this. If there is a change and we do have providers on there and the county would have to somehow provide that, which I am not excited about that idea. I'd really like to have providers take care of things. There might have to be a supplemental budget adjustment to allow us to show some of that revenue to offset, and there might be an increase in expenditures. But this one is under the assumption that we will have providers for all three areas, and this is just to supplement them. So that's one reason why it doesn't show as a revenue company.
I guess thinking about that more is now that it has its own department, it will, when there are expenditures, will that be expanded as any other department to show, like line item, how those expenditures are made and so forth?
Yes,
Yeah,
well,
just like any.
so. Again, it really looks like what the structure, it really depends on how that's structured.
Okay,
If we're just providing support, honestly, most of it's just gonna be
yeah,
one line item.
deal, yeah.
If we're directly contracting, again, that would probably just be one line item, because that's gonna be contracted services. In the unlikely and doesn't sound like optimal scenario where the county starts running an ambulance service, then there would be lots of it just don't have a lot of information. But what this does is it establishes the expenditure in the general fund, and because appropriations are at the department level, it doesn't really ultimately matter below that what line item in that department it ends up hitting. So
It would just be, if it does go that route, which we don't really want, then it would give, it's like a planning, a better idea of maybe an alternative way to do things that when it's broken out like that. So it will be,
Yeah.
Okay.
just put 1 minute here.
Oh, Kevin.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, the project's like, like the water nitrate research, but it seems like we're doing more, which is good. Is we're doing more, facilitated things, like, well, for instance, the mitigation plan from Sunstone, where we might handle those funds. It's coming down, I think we talked about that before. And the county will be handling it, administrating it, and like this nitrate, we're doing it for 2 counties and so forth. I mean, to me, now, don't get me wrong, these are good things, but I just wonder, does it impact the way the state or anybody looks at our county and our budget with these different flow through things? Are we going to be punished, so to speak, with it? And I don't know if punish is the right word, but
it certainly inflates our budget. You'll see when we look at the water planning fund, for example, we're budgeting for $1.17 million of expenditures related to the EPA grant. It just happens in that case, there's an offsetting resource that we'll have. So in terms of, it doesn't make us look bad. I mean, it inflates our budget. But as long as there's offsetting resources for it, really, we're financially neutral about it.
Yeah, that's what the financial is like. Does it kick us out of a certain program, say in the state that says, well, if your revenues exceed another point, you see, that's
nothing that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I'm not an expert yet on state programs for local government.
Because I think what we're doing in these things is good.
Yeah. I don't see, other than the administrative burden of it, I don't really see any other detrimental impacts. Time commitment, that's it.
Okay.
Do we take an administrative fee off of that for the general fund?
So that depends. The EPA research grant, they were not very giving, there's a certain amount in the project budget that's allowed for, administrative or indirect costs, and it's pretty minimal. Certainly doesn't. Mirror our actual indirect costs and overhead, I think that was, Tamara, how much is it? 10,000? So out of the 1.17 million, it's.
Thank you, federal government.
There's $10,000 that can go to indirect costs. Cameras, time is a direct cost to the grant. But my time, for example, is an indirect cost, and there's a good chance we're already at that $10,000. So, it depends on the program. And if it allows for indirect cost and administrative cost recovery.
For maximizing it,
Yes. Where the
grants allow.
where the grants allow, it, where I'm aware of the time of application, yes.
Good.
So we talked about the ambulance, the water nutrient research project. Other significant increase, and this is going to be in the general fund department for information technology. The county contracts with the city of Hermiston for provision of IT services and management. That contract became effective July 1 of 2022, so in fiscal year 2022-23. In that contract, there was no mechanism, I guess, to adjust for CPI or inflation. And it was based on a certain set of assumptions that were relative guesses at the time. Since then, recently, the board amended that agreement with the city of Hermiston, where we recalculated the cost basis. They were originally estimating, I think the county was going to take about 30% of their time, and there was this hours times an hourly rate, and it wasn't 30% of their time. It was what they originally estimated. We'd exceeded by about 30%, and it's been pretty consistent. So we executed an amendment to reprice that contract based on the current assumptions. Then we also added into it, not effective for fiscal 25, but for fiscal 26 and going forward, a mechanism to allow for the price to increase if there's increases in CPI, essentially. That was it. They executed that contract, and then at a time when inflation was at a peak, and then they're providing more services and they're a very good partner for us. The county, I can unequivocally say the county cannot establish and maintain its own IT department for anywhere near what we're paying for that contract. So it's still a phenomenal deal for the county, and they're providing really great service for us. There were some discussions early on in the year, and this wasn't through a specific request or direction, but for the county surveyor that's contracted, we have the corner preservation fund. It's a statutory fund that a portion of fees collected in the clerk's office get allocated to that fund, and it is restricted to be solely used for corner monument surveying and restoration. There hasn't been really significant expenditures out of that fund in the last couple of years. And then early on in this fiscal year, when our contracted county surveyor was doing a presentation, he discussed the potential or possibility for hiring or additional contract services to do a survey and maybe move some of that work along a little bit. Based on that, I increased the appropriation out of the budget amount for the contract services line in the corner preservation fund, so that the funds are there and available if we move forward with that project. And I think that's more under your. So. Get that? No.
No.
Okay. Also. Under materials and services. Significant changes. The circuit court building project. There was an increase, so when you do a capital project, and without getting into all the accounting rules, there's a portion that would be considered capital outlay, and there's a portion that doesn't actually get capitalized or added to the value of the fixed asset. You have to expense those in the period that they're incurred. And I increased a portion of or allocated a portion of the circuit court building project for such fees, and that was about $240,000 increase. Because previously it was at zero. So there will be some preliminary fees and different types of things that we can't capitalize. So that's why the budget was necessary to add there. Special payments, this is the category or object classification where grants, basically a special payment could be thought of as payments to entities where we don't directly receive any value in return. So a grant certainly qualifies as a special payment. Anywhere where we have a subrecipient where we're sub-granting money to a recipient, that would be a special payment. Pass-through payments, such as at the sheriff's office, they collect fees for handgun, concealed handgun permits, and a portion of those get passed through to the state. Those are classified as special payments. Under the business grants, that's where the significant increase in special payments is coming from. We'll talk about that when we get to the details of what that is when we get to the economic development fund and the budgeted distributions for ARPA, the remaining ARPA funding. But that's what's largely driving those. Debt service. The county has one note. It was a direct assignment or placement with a bank, so we don't have, it's not really a bond issuance, it's a loan, it's a bank loan. And in fiscal 24, we established a debt service fund to accumulate and just maintain a reserve to make sure that we can service and meet those principal and interest obligations on that debt. With the distribution of some of the fund surpluses, originally when I presented this last year, the goal was to have a minimum of 1 year of debt service in that fund, with the goal of being 2 years. Modified that a little bit, and we'll talk about that when we get to that fund specifically. That was a lot. Any questions?
Okay, are you ready for a little break?
I would take one if you took one.
Sure. How about 15 minutes? Will that be long enough?
That's not short. That'll be long, unless there's a line at the restroom.
We'll make others available.
Okay, so moving into personnel services, labor and benefits. Page 2. So for the fiscal year 2025 budget, keep in mind also as I'm reviewing these, I'm talking about the entire budget, not just specific funds. So, total budget for personnel services stands at just under $20 million. That is increase of about $2.5 million from the current fiscal 2024 budget. And that's about a 14.1% increase over the prior fiscal year. So what is what the drivers of that increase primarily, if you recall back in earlier when we did, actually I guess for everybody's benefit, we undertook a review of the assumptions that were used in the actuarial assumptions that were utilized in developing the valuation of our defined benefit pension fund. And part of that valuation, out of that valuation that we do annually, we consider a number of things, number of factors. And one of the numbers that comes out of that is what should be our contribution rate in order to meet and maintain the stated goals and objectives. So basically we overhauled it, reviewed all of the assumptions that went into it and that were currently going into it. And the board agreed with the recommended changes that the actuary that worked on this had. And the result of that was a significant increase in contribution rate as a percentage of covered payroll. When I say significant, it went from about I think around 29-30% of covered payroll to 49%, almost 50% of covered payroll. That increase was $1.2 million just related to that. This budget, unless there's guidance otherwise, this budget, in staying true, there's a lot of effort that went into that, reevaluating those assumptions and identifying what the goals were with making those assumption changes. And so to adhere to that, this budget was set based on increasing the contribution rate for covered payroll from the current level to the 49, right around that 49% level where that's at currently.
I was glad to see that because I think sometimes, I know from my years of working, sometimes we don't keep up with that by, not necessarily because by plan, it just slowly happens. And so it takes somebody to really look at it and say, where are we in relation to others? And you always, I believe, to keep good people, you always have to compare yourself to others like you or similar to you. And so I was glad to see that. I think it.
And I know it was a priority for years for Don Russell. He is very concerned about the
Right.
fund and the funding of the fund.
The funding balance. Yeah.
Right.
Well, and I think, people get, they think we're caught up or they think, we like it here, so everybody must want to come to work here. Well, after a while, people become aware that we're not staying up with reality, I guess, for lack of a better word. And so I was glad to see this happen.
Yeah. And that was certainly the case. The assumptions really that had been used were really deviated from reality. And
I don't want to pick on farmers, but sometimes the farmer sitting at the table thinks differently than those that, have a lot of people working under them and that type of thing. And, I think that over time, it wasn't by design, it just happened.
Yeah.
So I was really glad to see that gets us back to reality or into reality. What is.
In addition, there was about $1 million, like we did in fiscal 24. There was a $1 million supplemental contribution to the retirement plan, and I plan for that again in the fiscal 25 budget, a $1 million supplemental contribution. So we won't we won't see. The way that the valuation and the calculations of that retirement plan, the way that works, it's always a year behind our financials. So when you're looking at our fiscal 2023 financial reports, the retirement plan and the liability and that information that's in there is actually from 2022. It's a weird law that allows it to happen. It is just because of all the information that has to come together to perform that. So we won't see the impacts on the valuation of the first $1 million extra contribution. We won't see that until we get the valuation for this at the end of this fiscal year. And then likewise, if we make this additional contribution in 25 plus the assumption changes, we'll see that in the following fiscal year. So there's a little bit of delay on what we'll see in those impacts, but the known is there's a significant unfunded liability there, and we have a plan to address that, and we're actively working that. Also included in this budget, it's mentioned in the budget message, that in some areas we've seen really good impacts and positive impacts from the salary structure and changes that we made and in the current fiscal year. In other areas, there's still some challenges with recruitment and retention. Earlier, a couple of months ago, we did a work session with the Board of Commissioners where we're talking about some additional ideas that we had to address the recruitment and retention challenge that we've been facing. And where the prior year we were looking at compensation structure and compensation levels, this time we're focusing primarily on benefits, and we looked at a number of scenarios. What if we did this, or what if we did this? And we certainly, there has not been any decisions made, and staff is still working on a recommendation to bring forward to the board. But one of the recommendations that we I know is in the works, is to propose moving off of the 401A defined contribution retirement plan and moving to the Organ PERS officer tier for for people that aren't covered under the defined benefit pension plan. And obviously, public safety has a different, they're already in PERS. That all originally started when we discovered that there was a class of employee in the sheriff's office where there's a scenario where you could have an employee that statutorily has to be on a PERS equivalent or better plan, that would instead not qualify for PERS under the way it was structured and be put on the 401A plan, which is arguably not a PERS equivalent or better, because it's a defined contribution plan versus a defined benefit plan. So that's really what started it. We had a vacancy in that classification, and the way that it was structured, if they were hired, we would have had to provide them, put them on the 401A plan. However, statutorily, they would be required to be part of the PERS plan. And so, and then there's some changes to ORS about like the deputy district attorney, and so we said, all right, let's look at this, because that has to be addressed. We can't. Right. So I'm just going.
My question, when you say they have to be the PERS and does that mean that we're funding both of those retirement plans, or?
Well, so the county has 5 different retirement plans at this point. None of them have been added in the last 2 years.
Right.
There's a base, I think there's 2 plans under the old defined benefit structure, and that's closed to new entrants. There's the 401A plan and PERS, and and the 401A is the defined contribution plan. And then there's a supplemental 457B plan, which is a deferred income that the county doesn't, we don't make contributions to that, but we administer it for employees that put contributions to it. Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah.
I think I was actually gonna comment in our audit was, that's a lot of retirement
A
plans.
lot of different plans.
Now,
I have a question too. Has PERS just recently become available or has it been there all along and you haven't? I mean,
as my understanding, first has been there all along.
well, PERS has been a long time. I mean, under.
And available. Oh, yeah, it's been available.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't, at some point, there was a analysis, a rationale and a decision made to, right, I certainly agree, the defined benefit plan that the county administers is prohibitively expensive and not sustainable. So absolutely, that was a good fiscal choice to close that plan to new entrants and provide something else. And at the time, like I said, I don't want to speculate on what the thought process and whatnot was, but the decision was made to put everybody else, except for those who statutorily had to be covered under the PERS plan, on the 401A defined contribution plan. I understand at the time PERS was, available and it was an option. It was discussed and considered. I don't know and don't want to speculate on why one was chosen or the other or not chosen. What I can tell you today, the 401A plan that we have, we contribute a total of 9% of an employee's salary. So that's the county's share of that. The total contribution for PERS officer for general service right now is 10.5%. We have a significant, in terms of recruitment, being able to recruit and attract employees from other local governments or public employees who may be covered under or on a PERS plan currently. That's a significant detriment to us. Defined contribution plans, there's a lot of market risk involved with those, as it's just essentially your 401k, right? There's a lot of risk involved in terms of risk to the participant, and big fluctuations and swings in the market can affect one's ability to retire versus a defined benefit plan. I think most would agree that there's inherently more value to the participant and recipient. And so when we look at what the potential positive impacts are for recruitment and retention, at the current rate, we're looking at about a 1.5% difference between contribution rates. That's a fairly negligible amount for the potential benefit and being able to recruit and maintain employees. And so that's not, and just to be absolutely clear, that's not a decision that the Board of Commissioners has made already. That's we had a preliminary workshop and there was discussions. We looked at 3 options, and we're going to do some further analysis and bring back a recommendation. Want to make sure that what we were probably likely to recommend was at least covered in the budget, because there's employees covered under the collective bargaining agreement. The AFSCME collective bargaining agreement for administrative and road department. We aren't making any assumptions there because we just began renegotiating that agreement with the union. So from a budgetary perspective, the change that was included was a 1.5% essentially increase, modeled if we put all non-represented employees, full-time employees that were eligible who weren't currently on a defined benefit pension plan on PERS. Anything beyond that would be under the CBA, and that's a negotiated item, so we didn't want to make any assumptions there.
is there concern with the state of the PERS system? Because I know that every time well, Greg Smith talks about it all the time, that we're investing in a fund that is not viable for our employees, or how's that addressed in this analysis?
Well, as a metaphor, the county is currently investing in a fund that's not viable for its retirees. So to be fair, I don't know, I can't sit and tell you what the nuts and bolts, I haven't done a financial analysis of the state first plan. There's different tiers based on when people became a part of that. The contribution rate that we would be under is significantly lower than some of the older ones. As a new entrance, we wouldn't be getting a share of that. I guess essentially the same unfunded liability. Is it viable going forward? That's I think too subjective for me to answer, and there's too many political opinions on that for me to answer.
Right.
My gut feeling is I think it's highly unlikely that the state is going to, with push came to shove, defund or not fund a significant number of public employees relying on the retirement system.
A lot.
And that's, like I said, just my gut feeling. But I haven't done it.
That they'll figure out a way to make it work.
Yeah.
I just like my brain goes crazy when I hear those, and all of this is.
Well, and some people have a real opinion about PERS, and of course, my husband being a teacher. We never had any problems with it,
Yeah, it's not you that will have the problem, it's
down.
that's what my son, telling me.
I'm using all the money.
Yeah, that's the scary part, and so, back in the eighties, when the county decided not to go with PERS and went with this other thing, we found out that it doesn't work either. Same structure, the defined benefit. And you make guarantees that, future guarantees that you may or may not be able to, come through with. And I was a big proponent of the defined benefit plan, or excuse me, defined contribution plan, because there's gonna be winners and losers. So, I'm under the old defined benefit plan, but I'm limited to what I can do and how much I can get, One positive thing I see about defined contributions, that is my money. I'm in control of 100% of it, whatever that may be when it comes time to retire. So I look at it maybe different than other maybe employees. I don't know. There's lots of factors to.
Well, some of them look at it today,
Absolutely.
they're looking at it today, they're not, so it does. And I don't know how in the world you'd ever make everybody happy.
Oh, you can't.
No. But you just have to have, and PERS has some, some things you can choose to do.
So that's one component you're looking at. Can we afford it? What's it gonna look like? And then there's what do we need to do to be able to entice people and keep them here? I've had a office clerk position open for over a year. I've had 3 applications.
Wow.
And that's the perspective that we're looking at it from. I have some, my thoughts and opinions on our growing fund balances and our budget underruns that have consistently happened. You have to have people to manage the services and to execute the projects. That's been a challenge. So, there will be more, for the record, there will be more analysis and a recommendation, maybe another work session. There will be more to come before the board's made a decision, or is even brought to the board before a decision. But relatively minor impact, relatively speaking to the total budget, wanted to make sure that was covered. The cost of living increase that's budgeted for. Lindsay stayed downstairs. So we've probably heard the number of around 4.3% is what we were gonna intend to include in the budget for cost of living increase. The basis for that, one of the things that terms that we were successfully able to negotiate into the CBA with the Teamsters Union that covers public safety was tying the cost of living to the actual cost of living. And so there's a provision in there that bases the COLA on on the CPIU 12-month average CPIU percentage for the preceding 12 months as of a specific point in the year. There's a floor of 2% and a maximum of 5%. The intention, if you think of it in context with the wage and salary compensation and study that was done, was let's make the COLA attached to actual cost of living. Let's take the incentives out of it. We don't want to do 10% 1 year and 0.5 1 year. Let's just tie it to cost of living. And then on the other hand, we're going to continue to make sure that our pay structure and pay scales are competitive and in alignment with the goals that the board has agreed with us or provided to us on. So when we were doing, and we'll get following this section, we'll talk about the compensation board's recommendations. Initially, when we started compiling the budget and talking about personnel expenditures for fiscal 25, the incorrect CPI index number was used and looked at, and that's where the 4.3% number came from. Last week, we were verifying Matt's diligence was looking at charts and tables on the Bureau of Labor Statistics website, apparently, and we identified that the actual CPIU index number was 3.4, not 4.3. So that change was incorporated into this budget, and we'll talk a little bit, like I said, more on the compensation board in just a minute. But long story short, the cost of living increase that was budgeted for in this budget is 3.4% based on the CPIU 12-month average. As far as new positions and FTE or full-time equivalent changes, I will just run through these. There wasn't too terribly many. And there was a significant number, I guess, just not across a whole bunch of departments. Parks maintenance specialist. We changed. There was a change from 4.475, so basically 4 half-time FTEs to 2 full-time and 2 temporary 0.25 FTEs. The expected change in cost was about $97,000 in total. When staff reviewed that request for personnel addition, the Parks Fund is primarily grant funded. And these positions, I believe their grant is on a biennium, and this position wasn't, these changes weren't included in the grant. So the question was, well, where's the money going to come from to pay for it? So through discussions, the recommendation that ended up going to the Board of Commissioners was that, the staff review committee that reviews the FTE ask recommended it with $50,000 of funding in the general fund, which funds about half of that on the condition that the Parks Fund, Parks Department need to get back and reevaluate and review the rate structures that they, have in place for the three parks. Initial discussions, those hadn't been really reviewed or modified in about 7 years, as everybody knows, we've had, within that 7 years, record inflation, so there's potentially, we certainly don't wanna, increase and gouge or make it so people can't use our parks, but, we also probably need to keep up with inflation to some extent, because that's, gonna affect the funding, and, it's either gonna diminish the services and facilities that are provided, or we need to, keep up with that. Without relying completely on transfers from general fund. In the sheriff's office, there was the addition of 4 FTEs, and those were, for, patrol deputies. 3 of the positions, would be assigned to parks and marine functions. Expected change in costs, about $393,000. And they currently receive a Parks and Marine grant that they have used to offset a portion of the deputies' expenses related to those, positions that provide that perform those functions, and that's been about $90,000. That's the current year, but that grant can change with each funding cycle. There was also one additional deputy needed to cover the city of Irrigan contract, which is, that was a new contract, right?
No, continue.
That was renewed. Okay. So renewed city of Irrigan contract, and that will fund a portion of the position. The increased costs related to that was about 160, just shy of $161,000. Communications dispatchers, there was an addition of 2 FTEs. In the dispatcher roles, and that was about $172,000 impact, and these are total loaded costs, so benefits are included. And then 2 positions that were created and approved by the Board of Commissioners during the current fiscal year. The Assistant County Administrator, 1 FTE. Total financial impact for that, $156,000. And then the finance manager position in the finance department, and that was 1 FTE for a total impact of $143,000. And those positions were created and already included in the supplemental budget for FY24. Any questions so far? Okay. So moving into the compensation board recommendation.
One question on the human resource on the. I know what the finance manager, is this a current position or is it a?
Oh, under human resources?
Under the, it just says human resources.
Yeah, so that's the human resources department,
Okay.
and they actually had additional FTEs in FY24 because there was a retirement and there was some overlap, and so this is more of a return to
Oh,
normal.
right.
Yeah.
It's not looking around.
The internet in general, or just that page?
Yeah, this is the one.
Okay.
Yeah.
But more than one word. Yeah. All right, so, this on the screen and included in your printed books is the, current and then the recommended compensation changes from the, compensation board with, one exception. And, Matt had passed out, you passed out the minutes from the compensation board, so you can review those. At the compensation board meeting, the general discussion was, the specific changes to different, elected, positions, and then COLA based on what everybody else gets across the county. When the motion was made, the motion didn't say the COLA based on what everybody else gets across the county. The motion said 4.3%, which was at the time, what we communicated everybody would, what we would be proposing in the budget. Again, based on the wrong CPI index number. So I wasn't quite sure the best way to handle that. What we did in order to maintain alignment with what their discussion was, and it's reflected in the minutes about just the same cost of living increase that the rest of the county staff gets. We modified what had originally or previously gone to the Board of Commissioners, which was based on the 4.3% COLA. We modified that back to the 3.4% COLA. The budget committee and the board is not necessarily tied or handcuffed to the specific recommendation by the compensation board. It is a recommendation. There's been deviations in the past, but I just wanted to kind of give you the full picture. Wrong CPI number was used during the compensation board meetings. And that's how we've resulted in the recommendation that originally came out. And we went back and recalculated at 3.4.
So these are the corrected ones?
Yes.
Okay.
Chair, I know this is one of those items that is a little bit thorny, and we might want to have a motion on this one just to put it to bed rather than waiting for budget. If the budget committee would so desire.
Well, my understanding that the intent was it to be 4.3. Or what the intent was to be.
So the discussion, the intent was for it to be consistent with the cost of living increase that the rest of the county employees receive.
And then 4.3 was provided as the calculated CPI index, which unfortunately had been transposed or incorrectly provided by staff. And so it's a clerical administrative error. We've got egg in our face, and we'll make sure we take care of this. The nice thing is it's lower, which is not good for the employees, but it's good for the budget. And so we'd ask for the budget committee consideration. If that's, one of the ways we could have done it was to try to reconvene the compensation board, have them adjust that resolution, do that. However, the compensation board's discussion was in line with that 4.3 was the accepted CPI, and then additional changes were to the crux of it. So we're hoping for consideration by this committee to amend or correct that based on the true CPI value.
And what is the thought?
So what would the motion be that you would be looking for to accept? Because this isn't actually the compensation board recommendation that will work. So we can't,
We could accept, we can't accept the compensation
That's
board
correct. So
recommendation,
even
but
though that says it is.
who would you want that? I guess,
I would ask that the approve the amended compensation board based on the real CPI. Acknowledging that
it's a long word.
the
Typing that.
Probably Valerie.
A motion to approve using the CPI of 3.4 rather than the 4.3 that the compensation board had been provided.
I would make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Okay, motion passed.
Thank you.
Sorry about the confusion on that.
Kevin, was this, is this what was the numbers that were used, like,
No, you found this late Friday, last Friday, so everything had to get updated and, but I can get you a new.
I just needed to know if
Yeah.
the changes, enough that it would change my capital grant application. But I got approved yesterday, but,
Yeah, I'll get,
so when I have to send them a copy of the adopted budget and if it doesn't match up with that, then they're gonna withdraw their approval.
it'll be different,
But just maybe I can get
Relatively.
another resolution
Yeah.
regarding that, so you can move on for. Just wanted to bring that up.
all right, so. Moving on. Capital outlay. Again, this is, there's a portion of our capital outlay that is certainly a recurring, so replacement of sheriff's office vehicles, for example, we have those on the rotation, there's expenditures every year. There's a significant portion that is, gonna vary tremendously based on the projects that are going on. You can see that reflected historically as we see, spikes and changes from year to year. For construction improvements, in the current year, about $2.9 million. Capital acquisitions in the current year, again, this is FY 24, about $2.7 million. And then our other capital outlay, very minimal, about just shy of $40,000. So, for the FY 25 budget, we're actually, it's an increase when we look at what we're going to actually spend in FY 24. It's a decrease when we compare it to the prior year budget. Probably the most significant driver of why there's a decrease, there was a lot of uncertainty when we did the FY 24 capital budget about the timing and what was going to go on with the courthouse project. So there was probably an over budget. It definitely was an over budget. So we didn't have to go back and modify of expenditures in anticipation that project would move forward perhaps faster than it has. And then that's changed for the current year. Just so you know that the courthouse project is budgeted for, the project managers have provided a timeline with some projected expenditures, and then I incorporated that timeline and what those expenditures look like into the capital outlay for this year. So, below that, we have a table that shows all of the capital outlay by department, and itemized. And we'll talk about the specific departments when we do the departmental summaries. If there's any questions on that detail right now, I'd be happy to answer them. Okay. Other major projects that would be non-capital. So these aren't gonna get charged to capital outlay accounts. But are significant enough in cost or impact that we certainly want to call them out individually. The first, we've kind of talked about both of them. We have the water nitrate research project funded by the research grant. The FY25. What we expect to expend in FY25 is 500,000 because there's uncertainty about, how that work is going to progress. I believe that we appropriated or we budgeted for expenditure of the whole 1.7 million. Again, that one's funded by the EPA research. The second, when we talked about investment technology and systems, is the ERP or Enterprise Resource Planning System replacement. That's the one where we kind of kicked that off in this year. We engaged with a consultant to do a system assessment across the county and facilitate the process of, what do we need to use? What should we be using? What are the recommendations from a technology perspective moving forward? The core systems that this would certainly replace and expand upon would be the accounting system, human resources, payroll, potentially budgeting. I say potentially, we're currently in the process of identifying what the final scope is going to look like for this project. The total project budget is a big number. When I asked our consultants that we're working with, give me something for the budget. And I said, well, it's really tough until we see what, we get to the point where we've identified what specific systems we'd be interested in replacing and what that looks like. And so the budget number that he gave me was about a $500,000 range. So it ranged from total project budget of about $355,000 to a total project budget of about $855,000. And until we get to a point where we understand, even the specific systems that we end up recommending, how those are deployed, whether deployed on site, whether deployed through a cloud service, all of that depends, will impact the cost. So I don't usually like this approach, but in the interest of making sure that the project was covered, if there wasn't objections to it, the entire 80%, the 769,500 amount of that project, so the high end estimate, and based on the percentage that we would expect to see incurred over fiscal 25, was included in the budget, with the understanding that that is such a significant amount. Anything over $150,000 is going to go back to the board prior to execution of any contracts, period. We want to make every effort to be on the lower end of that estimate, but again, we're significantly constrained by technologies and the systems that we have at the present time. So questions, comments, thoughts?
Yeah, are your systems here, are they everything that you have here, it comes off site? On Hermiston, obviously, is named somebody.
So Hermiston manages and administers,
Okay.
but yeah, we have the systems and the servers. Some, it's a hybrid, of whether it's, some's in the cloud, like OpenGov, what we're looking at right now, that's a cloud service. Our financial accounting system, that's installed on premise. Our human resources system, I think that's a hybrid. There's some on premise, some servers located here at the county, and some are in the cloud. Okay. Other functionality, this isn't just a direct replacement for the functionality that we have today. There's other areas where we need to do better. Grant accounting is probably the most significant, whether that's incorporated into the financial system or we have to have a standalone module that's integrated, is up in the air. But based on our financial audits, based on the compliance reviews that we've had and the lack of compliance that has come to light, and then being able to account for those, that's at the top of the list. Also, a more centralized procurement system and work order system and the receivables system. So these are functionalities that we currently are using, disparate systems or spreadsheets or paper to do today. So there'd be a significant expansion and functionality as well.
So, is your thought, I mean, if you've even thought about offsite versus. So are we talking about needing to add on someplace, have it located in a,
So thankfully, I mean, if on-premise solutions were selected, we have secure server rooms that we can place those in. If we select cloud, if cloud services were selected, then that's not really a consideration. So yeah, that wouldn't be a concern. There's certainly some cost differences between the two types of deployment. One scenario, you have to purchase and maintain equipment and licenses and maintenance for the servers.
and then you have your people.
Right.
Yeah.
On the other hand, all of that's handled if it's a hosted solution. But the subscriptions typically tend to be a little bit higher in cost. So again, we will be at the point of selection. We're planning by August. In fact, at the next Board of Commissioners meeting, I've asked our consulting firm to come and do a kind of a status presentation of where we're at.
Do we know
Project.
what some of the other counties are doing? Do we care?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I'm gonna say-
Yes,
We know some of them have been,
I was gonna say, do you think-
Unhappy.
well, they've been hit, they've been.
Hack.
yeah, and it's a mixed bag. Morrow counties, we're in a fortunate position where, we could financially, sustain this type of investment in technology. If we weren't in this financial condition, we would still need to do something because what we have is not actually even in the accounting system it's not even functional. The vendor will, they joke about, well, we know that function doesn't work, but if you want it to work, you have to upgrade. Well, I mean, that's not right. So, and what other counties are using. So the consulting firm that we selected. So I've done ERP replacement projects in 2 other entities. Huge projects. And certainly not something that I would ever take on without a consulting firm to help manage it. The firm that we selected, we did an RFP, and the one that was selected they're an IT consulting firm, and they have a group that's dedicated to local government technologies, implementations, and system selections. Beyond that, the project team that we've got, they've all in some capacity worked for a municipality or a county, and most of them actually in Washington, Oregon. So yeah, it's a nationwide or regional firm, but we lucked out. We got local folks with local experience, so they understand. And this particular team, this is what they do, is help with system selection and implementations for local governments. So they understand the complexities, the compliance issues, they understand the cost constraints, they get it.
That's really important.
Yeah.
And working at the bank, I was there when we went from to computers. And I went to Monette, Missouri to learn how to operate. That was an experience, but anyway, it's to me that so important that you really get what you need and can afford what you get. And yet sometimes they're in conflict. That would be as bad here probably. But, I just think that, you know, there's some things that it sounds like you're well into deciding what would be best for option.
Well, and I'm not deciding, so we have a, yeah, we put together a committee.
Good.
On that committee, it's, Matt, our county administrator, myself, human resources director, Jamie, county treasurer,
Good.
and Debbie. Oh, and, Jordan, Stanley from, Hermiston IT.
Okay.
And so he's on that committee. The process has been, so Barry Dunn is the name of the consulting firm. They actually came, and we did some initial, you know, providing them information, but they actually came here on site and spent a week. And we, you know, reserved this meeting room and we went through every technology function and department of the county, and we invited everybody from those departments that's a system user or could potentially be impacted to come give input, give thoughts, talk about current processes, talk about current systems. And all of that is actually been compiled. We just got the final draft of it yesterday into a system planning memo. And this is what I was gonna say at the next board of commissioners meeting. We actually have on the agenda for them to come and do a brief executive summary of that, kind of the results of what they've identified, and that system planning memo document will be part of the agenda. We're not gonna go through it in its entirety because it is thick, but yeah, so that's the process. Yeah, so it's not
Good.
not one person.
Wow, and it's just a huge thing. No, it sounds great.
Can I make a comment or ask a question? Is it safe to say, now, we've been talking about some of these other things we have going on, like the nitrate and just some mitigation as an example, and there's probably gonna be more nitrate coming down the line. You know, the capital nitrate money. Plus, we're talking about a capital plan for the county. It's my understanding, this system helps you manage though, because that's what I was,
Yes.
because I think this is one of the things we're doing very well in this county is we're being able to handle the grants like that come in, we're being able to, because they're kind of complex on your accounting, you're keeping track right. And so I think that's one of the things that we're doing pretty good, you know, I got Tamara working on working with the nitrate, and there's more of that. Like I said, gonna come, and when I heard this system, I thought, I think that's gonna help him keep track of all these things and let us grow in that area.
Oh, I agree.
Reduce duplicity and increase.
Not duplicity, but duplicative.
Well,
Yeah, one caveat, we have struggled in the compliance area related to the grants, because of lack of centralization, accounting for these, especially the federal dollars. It is a burden. It is when I say burden, that's, you know, a term accountants like to use. It's a lot. It is largely the basis of the justification for the finance manager position that we had to create, because as it exists today with the systems and the resources, we cannot properly account for and maintain compliance with these complex grant programs. And that's evidenced through some of the compliance reports and issues that have been identified. So when we say we're doing it better, yeah, we've improved the tools that we have and the processes. And on a going forward basis, I would say, yeah, we're doing 100% better, but it's a big area. And when we're talking about potentially jeopardizing funding if we're not in compliance, I think it's certainly worthy of the investment. And yes, these types of tools are what helps us manage that.
That was gonna be my next point. I think if you looked at it strictly as a return on investment, the people and the system, and the benefit Morrow County is gonna get from this, I think I think it's obvious that, that it's great.
Yeah, and if we have a financial accounting system that would integrate with other software that we're not going to be changing, so we can eliminate, manual entry,
Yeah.
tax turnover and such. Unfortunately, like, our assessment tax software is very current and robust. It's in 22 of the 36 counties, and should be able to integrate with just about anything.
Well, that's the big thing.
Yeah, and Oregon's property tax system is so complicated. There's only 3 vendors in the state that can even have an assessment tax system. Just because Multnomah County tried to have someone 3 different times and spent over $30 million with no result, trying to have someone build a system for them. In the last standing agreement, no one could do it.
Well, it sounds like you've got everything going the right direction, to make the decision, that's for sure.
Yeah, and there's just the last thing I wanna add, these are just initial costs. When we asked our consultants to provide the ongoing, they were estimating 120 to 150,000 a year. Just to give you a point of reference, we're currently, for systems that would certainly be replaced, we're looking at right around $100,000 a year currently, so not a significant, and but those aren't common things either. So. Right, we are at noon. Do we wanna,
How long do you think it would take to just finish this section?
um,
Don't want to ask questions, Linda. I'm just kidding.
yeah, so we're. I mean, according to the agenda, we're running a little bit, quite a bit behind, but a lot of the significant things that we're gonna touch on in the departmental budgets are, we're addressing those as we go through the overall budget.
That's what I'm thinking.
So, but if this section here, so this, we have contingencies and reserves. Honestly, I can probably get through that and interfund transfers in 10 minutes, give or take, 5 minutes, depends on questions. I want
to ask him.
Oh, well, no, that was not my intention. No, I want, to make sure that we can address any questions and.
Sounds good.
Yeah. And I've actually already touched on, contingencies and reserves, a little bit. So this is our total reserve. This is our, in the budget, our total reserve for future expenditure, unappropriated ending fund balance, and operating contingencies. Reserve for future expenditure is a big chunk of that, and most of that's going to be in the road fund and in our CIP fund. There's a substantial amount of money in the capital improvement project fund, because, well, we have a significant capital project coming up and others that we're putting reserves for. So we'll go through the details of those when we get to that fund. But one of the things I want to focus on, at least when I was putting it together, I think last year we had like an $8 million operating contingency in the general fund, way beyond what anybody recommends having. I think that was, maybe would have covered 9 months worth of operating expenses. It's a lot. And moving towards, what is more considered a best practice in terms of levels of contingency in the general fund. Yeah, gosh, 7-8%, that doesn't seem like a whole lot, what happens if, well. If there's, anything significant that comes up, keep in mind that. This reserve for future expenditure bucket here at $34 million. If there is something significant that we couldn't foresee that we have to address financially. That money is there. It's just. Better to allocate that out to specific programs and projects, whether it's on the reserve or being used. Than to just continue to let the general fund balance grow over time. I think I've covered most of this. On this table on the screen, this is contingencies, reserves, and unappropriated fund balance for our operating funds. And I put this together to illustrate percent of contingency as a percent of total appropriations, or reserve for future expenditures as a percent of total appropriations, unappropriated funding balance, and then if you add those three together, those are your fund reserves and the total as a percent of appropriation. So you can see that we're certainly in line with and probably still a little bit more conservative than what we would consider the best practice, but having money in the bank is, with moderation, is certainly a good thing. So. In terms of the reserve for future expenditures, these are monies that are, for the most part, allocated for specific future expenditures. I identified and itemized the balance, mostly because we have in our capital improvement fund. This doesn't reflect any expenditures for the current year, but you'll see we have cash and reserves for the courthouse at about $12.4 million. Other projects that have been accumulated reserves for in that CIP fund include a public health building, historic courthouse restoration, public works, future public works facility, transit facility, and then there's an unallocated resource balance that also has not been allocated to projects. Jumping back up to the top, the building permit fund, basically the only expenditures out of that fund are reimbursement to cover 10% of the planning department's wages and benefits. That's a kind of a unique fund where it's a very highly restricted revenue, and revenues from building permits we can only use to invest back into our inspection and permitting program, which is contracted with the city of Boardman. So, what do we spend the money on? Well, we're gonna look at some potential uses. Matt's gonna dig into that further in this next fiscal year. But from a budgetary perspective, we don't want to just appropriate it without a specific expenditure. So it's been budgeted in a reserve for future expenditures, so that if something arises, we have the ability to do a supplemental budget. The debt service fund. I'll talk about the specific strategy, but $2.5 million in that fund. And then Finley Buttes Road Fund has another significant reserve for future expenditure. That's the fund that is established and those monies can only be used on that section of Finley Buttes Road. There wasn't any significant maintenance activities planned or submitted by the Public Works Director for that stretch of road for FY25. And so while some would argue when maybe we should have left that as unappropriated fund balance, I would argue let's hold it in reserve. There could be the potential that something came up throughout the course of the year related to that stretch of road that we would need to access that funding for. So Heritage Trail Fund, $1.3 million we've been, in the budget for reserve. That's, we began in FY 24 to accumulate funding for, potential future capital project related to actual construction work for the Heritage Trail and, trying to accumulate funds for the grant requirements. And you can see, in the road fund, we have $2.94 million reserved for future expenditure for the bridge reserves. The reason why that's 2.94, not 3, is in the coming fiscal year. The Public Works Department is working on finalizing a master bridge plan, and there's some monies taken out of that for the cost of that plan. So. So that's those are the significant reserve for future expenditure items. And I believe if there's any questions, we have to answer them with that very list to the end of it. That's that section. Interfund transfers, I'm not gonna go through those individually. There's more than there were last year. The reason why there's significantly more is because of reallocating the significant fund balances out to various reserve funds. And I've talked about most of those at this point. So if there's any questions on it, I'd be happy to answer those.
Did that get us caught up, or are we?
Well, no, it won't get us caught up, but I think that we could. The working one.
No, because we were supposed to be done with this at 10, right?
Yeah, well, and that's why I didn't put specific times.
Right.
Kind of estimated based on last year.
Right.
That's okay. Like I said, a lot of the discussion that, we had as we were going to individual departments last year, we've been having a fun too.
Right. If people were paying attention, they won't have to. Yeah. Or you can just say ask and answer.
Yeah.
I'll probably not. Saying that. With all due respect.
Yeah.
You don't sound too much like a lawyer.
Right.
Well, also appreciate my employment with the county and like it to continue. So did we want
So yeah,
that's probably the most stopping point.
that is a good place to stop for lunch then. Unless you want to go on.
No. I gotta take a break so my brain goes back to work. I can only do this.
And we have lunch provided, yeah, please, Morgan, and, I'm not sure where it's at.
Is it out here in the hall?
Yeah, we
That's
Did
fine.
that last year?
How long are we gonna recess?
You want a full hour?
No.
Then what do you want?
Well, I don't want to do that. I mean, 45 minutes is probably, for me,
1 o'clock, we should be.
yeah,
Yeah.
1 o'clock.
Come back
51.
home. Right.
On with,
We've made a deal, we're gonna get caught up. Maybe ahead.
Oh, right.
Whoops. Maybe that was just me thinking.
Order. I have an order on my table. That's all right. Okay. So. We've touched on a lot of kind of the high points and significant items. We'll go through the departmental budgets. Won't talk about a lot of the stuff that we've already brought up. So certainly if there's questions, let me know and we'll answer whatever needs to be answered. Generally speaking, when we talk about the department budgets, there's 2 changes that are driving a lot of the increases. You'll see a lot of increases in departmental And that is, due to, insurance and, software licenses. There's a change in accounting. We were talking about cost accounting as we went into lunch. And we talked about this last year as well. In order to back up about a year, there's basically no cost accounting being done at the county. And that affects us, by not really, two ways. We're not really accurately reporting the costs of functions, and what it costs to support those services or those functions. But secondly, especially when it comes to grant funded departments, we're potentially leaving grant money on the table because we're not putting all the costs in there to be considered for reimbursements or coverage by grants. So so last year in the budget, we had budgeted to hire a consultant to do a cost allocation plan. Long story short, we just have not had time and have not moved forward with that. But in the interest of moving forward with how we're treating stuff from an accounting perspective, we've continued to refine and make some changes. So insurance, insurance expenses, so our property and liability and vehicle. That is, the vehicle and equipment insurance is pretty simple. Whatever department that vehicle or piece of equipment is in, that's the department that's getting the associated insurance costs. Property and liability insurance, there's a couple of different bases that are used for calculating that. One of them is on FTE. I guess it's liability. One of those is on FTE equivalents. So that portion of liability is allocated to departments based on FTEs. With liability, there's some direct cost allocation. For example, the sheriff's office, there's a specific amount that each additional deputy adds to our insurance liability policy. So, and I guess each armed officer, broaden that a little bit. And so those allocations where typically a lot of those costs were just paid for out of general fund, non-departmental. Not the best way to account for those. They've been moved from non-departmental to specific departments. Software licensing, as you know, we went to Microsoft 365, which is a different software model than what we had previously, and it's a subscription based. And where those costs were relatively, we just more difficult to track, or they were one-time costs. Now they're an ongoing monthly cost. And those are being charged to the departments where the people are working that use those licenses. So those are significant amounts of money in total. And as we move those allocations out of the IT department or out of the non-departmental, you'll see that it's a driver of a lot of the increases. And then in the departments, lastly, probably the most significant is the retirement plan contribution. Anywhere where you're seeing personnel expenses much higher than the 3.4%, that's really impacted by whether that department has a lot of long tenured employees or members of the defined benefit plan. If that department does, they got hit with a lot of dollars increase. If that department doesn't, then they didn't. It just is what it is, because that's where those employees work. So just some broad notes before we go forward. So general fund departments, the Board of Commissioners departments, on these charts I have the FTE, full-time equivalent positions. This has been updated to include the assistant county administrator. There's a brief narrative, and then overall what we see in terms of materials and services, we actually see a decrease on a budget basis and on an actual basis, pretty substantial one. That decrease, if you recall, in the current fiscal year 2024, we did a budget adjustment for the payment to. It's $192,000.
Oh, to the,
To the CDA. Yeah, sorry. We had that, payment, because we were guarantor on that promissory note for the CDA. That's, that particular payment's not a recurring payment. So we had to do a budget adjustment in the current year, because we didn't know about that. So this FY 24 amended budget amount includes that. And, there was, because that is not anticipated to be recurring, we, moved that, took it out of the budget, sorry. A little bit after lunch food thing going on with my brain. In terms of capital outlay, the other significant change from a budget to budget perspective. This included the addition replacement of the commissioner pool vehicles and there's one other thing.
I hope so, because I ain't driving $115,000 vehicle.
So that 230,000, that was just for chair sites, a special request. Bugatti or something like that, is what he said.
Yes, the total.
I apologize, let me just get something.
A motorhome that's fully equipped, is that what that is? Nice motorhome.
That's just a down payment.
Oh,
There, upstairs. Roll. So if you look back in your budget book to the capital outlay, we have all the detailed items. So we had 3 board commissioners vehicles and then a replacement pool. We're replacing one of the pool cars and then one additional pool car. And
What we'd like to do is, I mean, several of yours are getting a little bit older. We'd like to surplus those and get on a new cycle of vehicles. The blue Taurus out here is a little bit dated. We'd like to surplus that. We'd like to have a general fund commuter full car up in the area inside. So that's a bit there. So it is for 5 vehicles.
And the reason they're in that department, so it's not just the Board of Commissioners department, it's really Board of Commissioners and administration, please, with the assistant county administrator also went into that budget.
Where's the assistant county administrator's office?
So we will have they'll be bouncing between the two. The
Oh.
primary office will be up in Oregon.
Oh.
And then we've got a touchdown space that we'll share with communities here.
That office,
Yes, okay.
sorry, I just.
No problem.
So no, I.
Yeah, it's gonna share an office with me.
Yeah.
No, he covers a couple of groups up there, so I'm gonna make sure he's available there.
Right.
Pretty much kind of 3 days up there, 2 days down here.
Okay, any specific questions on that department? Moving along. Stay out of order and let's just get talking crazy. So assessment and tax, this is Mike Gorman's department. We've outlined, he provided some details about the specific increases. Again, largely the drivers of the personnel services are going to be the defined benefit retirement plan, and the drivers in the materials and services are largely due to the software subscriptions and, the insurance allocations. In terms of capital outlay, the department had one capital outlay request this year for replacement of a large format plotter printer, and that's estimated at around $12,500.
And if I could add to that, I have successfully received $5,400 grant towards purchase of that new plotter.
Sweet,
Good job.
that's great.
The current one we have, it will scan and to like the network or to email. But it's 10 years old and they're not supporting the print and write software anymore. So basically just it still will print, but it's clunky and then ITs come help make it work around. So it's basically just a copy machine. So it's not, can't be used for what we really need to use it for. So we're in dire need of a new plotter for tax maps and partitions and subdivision plats. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments?
Move on, I think.
So in the clerk's office, this department has more than just a general fund department, and for the sake of being able to review, everything related to the department, we've got them all identified on this particular sheet. Again, same story on the materials and services and personnel services as far as what the most significant cost drivers are of the budget to budget increases in the general fund.
Bobby, are you online?
Okay, we'll come back to you. Other funds and that are overseen by the county clerk, we have the clerk's records fund. It's a statutory fund that put a description of what that fund is and does there. Relatively low level of expenditures and budgeted at the same as it was essentially last year. Also the Board of Property Tax Appeals, that's Department 107 in the general fund. There's a very small allocation of labor and benefits from the clerk's office to the Board of Property Tax Appeals. And then Fund 247 is the Election Modernization Fund. That was a grant that the clerk's office had received right at the end of last fiscal year. And right through the budget process, I think, or maybe it was before that, but the funding is intended to make improvements to systems, technology, election modernization. And there weren't specific expenditures identified when preparing this budget, but as things are identified, there's a budget amount in there. So as things are identified that are eligible to use that grant on, then that would be the source of funding for it. Feel like we're really cruising, so just tell me if I'm gonna stop. Our county treasurer department. The increases, this is a relatively small materials and services budget. That's why the percentage increase looks huge. So yeah, you look at a 61% increase, but really we're going from 10,000 to 17,000. In addition to the liability insurance allocation and the software licensing, there's additional budget expenditures. I know the treasurer's been more active and trying to participate in different associations, events throughout the state of Oregon, just for training and development purposes. And I would ask Jaylene, if you have anything to add to that?
Then covered. all of it.
Treasurer also oversees the two county school funds. These are funds 211 and 212. 211 is the Morrow County School District Fund. 212 would be the Item School District Fund. There's not a lot going on with these. There's some dollars there, but basically the money that comes through title or
That's it, wasn't it?
No.
no, it's the Title III, the Forest Service,
Oh.
the Secure Rural Schools,
Okay.
program. Those are funding that's dedicated and has to be deposited into the county school fund and pass through to the county schools. So that's what you see, reflected here. The SIP distributions, we do those, right out of the fund that the SIP
right.
revenues are reflected in.
And it's a little more.
Oh, yeah. Those are what we would just refer to as their statutory funds. We have to have them, and it's really just a pass through. We collect it and pass it on to the school districts. County surveyor. A little bit to talk about on this one. You'll notice there's no personnel services budget this year. For a number of years, the county surveyor has been appointed to a contract position, and so the cost associated with the county surveyor function is showing up as an other contracted service because she's not an employee. I know we talked a little bit about this last year because that position had been open for a significant amount of time with really no interest, but we were budgeting for both the contract service and the employee, and really we were double budgeting for coverage on that function. But we left it as is, and then from a budgetary perspective, when the assistant county administrator position was added, that budget funding that had gone to the personnel services line in the county surveyor department went up to the Board of Commissioners and Administration Department to cover that, so there wasn't as big of a net impact to appropriations. While the contracted services budget remains. That was a lot, I think. And then we already touched on the other item under this county surveyor department, that's the corner preservation fund. In your budget books, I included some of the history and background ORS references because that is again a statutory fund. And you can see the change in materials and services allocation. I really budget amount just again to cover for that potential if we do engage with a contractor to further some of that work specific to corner monument preservation and surveying. Something happened with that one longer. Okay, so county planning department. And it's 101,115 in the general fund. There was a reduction in materials and services from a budget perspective. And that was mostly in the contracted services line. Other than that, the increases related to personnel services are driven from what we've been discussing, both the cost of living increase, normal step progressions, and the cost of the defined benefit pension plans. Yeah, we'll just jump in if there's anything that you want to add. Also, under the oversight of the planning director is the Heritage Trail. This is a project or capital reserve fund. When we budgeted for this in fiscal 24, We anticipated there being a grant and some potential expenditures related to the Heritage Trail that did not actually occur. However, we are finalizing the Heritage Trail Master Plan around December timeframe. And to, if the board recalls, this is a while ago now, but we talked about what the future looks like and potential grant opportunities to fund a construction portion of that and the total, what the project would cost. And, you know, we talked in relatively general numbers. But it was obvious that at that point that there was going to be a need because of a county match portion for any potential grant programs to accumulate some reserves in anticipation of that. And so at that time, the plan was to add $600,000 per year of available funding into the Heritage Trail Fund to accumulate that reserve. And then I think that went through. I think it was 2 or 3 years of accumulation. So we'll be there by the end of fiscal 25 in terms of, well, was it, I'm sorry, I said we put the target reserve amount. Cameron, do you remember what the total county match portion was that we're?
Depends on the project that will be considered in the update. But we were looking at about 3 million, and usually 11.7% of it goes out of funded.
So you said the Heritage Fund ended up with no grant money coming in?
No, it had a relatively small amount come in. I think that was mostly through the local.
Local government.
In the beginning, that was supposed to be almost all funded by grants.
Yes. Well, we were supposed to see about $600,000 of grants come in, but the expenditures also didn't occur. So you see the fiscal 24 budget has $715,000 in materials and services expenditures budgeted. Year to date is only about $22,000. So when the grant funding didn't come in, you didn't make the expenditures related to it.
Yeah, I'll just clarify, thank you. So we had made a few applications, but we needed to put a pause on a capital applications until we had an update for our plan, because the plan we have now is really just a concept. So the RFP is still out on to do that trail plan update, and it'll be complete sometime between December and June, probably more like June. We got a little bit of late start. It has a drop dead date of June of 2025, which is the grant funding. So that's a planning grant. And once that's complete, we can then apply for funds to build the project, but there are always match requirements for that. We can actually start applying for grants before the update is complete. So there will be a little bit of overlap.
Well, if I remember correctly, it must have been January or February last year, because I don't think we had appointed Junior yet. He came and talked to me and Dave, you and Eric came, and we had this proposal to extend part of the Heritage Trail, apply for the grants, and I think that's when Dave made the comment that, well, we're going to obligate to this, and we need to make sure we're committed to committing funds in the future to it. That's what I recall.
That's right. And in the continuum of the recreation or transportation planning and development world, that's the cadence. So you do the planning with and they'll award you with the expectation that you will then apply for capital funds. So with Kevin's tutelage, we are setting aside money year after year. So we have that local match. And the more match you have, the better the chances of receiving a capital project grant as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
No, again, so that actually this one's pretty straightforward. Fund 245, that's the water planning fund. That is the fund where the accounting for the EPA research grant, is being, done. And then also in this, in this, fiscal, year 25 budget, there was, an additional, $50,000. So in addition to the grant expenditures, that are budgeted for, there was an additional $50,000 of funding that was, that's being budgeted for preliminary, engineering services to, begin identifying potential solutions for neighborhoods with the high concentrations of high nitrate wells. That was something that we touched on in the budget message, and that activity, is gonna occur in the planning.
My only question on that one is the $10,000 to the Leguana. The engineers said that currently the Leguana is, what is the status of the Leguana?
They're just under assessment right now. So
Okay.
we'll be back in June.
Okay,
Yeah, just under assessment.
The state
Okay,
agencies wanted
the
to,
state put them on pause.
Yeah, for an assessment.
yeah.
Okay,
For facilitation.
Yeah.
Okay,
And that financial support was a carryover from the prior year's budget. And you know, if we don't get a request to make that payment, we'll just have to check.
now we got 50,000 for engineering. Is this whole thing being run through the planning department?
The,
Well, to identify both potential solutions to neighborhoods with high concentration of the high nitrate wells. I mean,
so it's being run through Fund 245. We tried, the last year we designated that fund to try to capture all the activities surrounding the nitrate issues.
yeah,
Um,
but it's under the planning.
well,
You got it included in planning.
well, yeah,
Water.
Cameron's primarily the one, that has been working on the water issues and overseeing.
Yeah, I know, it just seems like if we're going out to, now we're doing engineering studies, it's branching out a little bit more from what we were doing.
That's more of a joint effort, I guess, with Matt.
Yeah,
And leading that part. You know, it's at the fund level, we don't put a lot of weight on what department, because we don't appropriate a department level for a specific fund. It's more, departments are more about accurately reflecting and reporting on costs, so. Whether, you know, Matt, if he's participating or overseeing a planning related activity, and still go in the planning department, but because that's where the cost belongs.
And I would just add, it's very similar. So the Heritage Trail Plan update has an engineering component, and I'm not an engineer and don't pretend to be an engineer. But it's pretty typical for the planning component to happen in a planning department. We involve public works for sure, and we don't have an engineer, but in both the Heritage Trail planning effort and this water planning effort, and that 50,000 is the ballpark number that you've authorized Matt and I to look at some neighborhoods in advance of the EPA research grant. So we're tag teaming that effort, but I'm staying in my lane. I'm still the planner, but it happens to be that the projects, the consultants coming on board will also include some engineers. Not unlike a transportation plan as well, would have engineering as well as planning component.
And quite frankly, particularly with the water planning fund, I mean, there's multiple departments included, including public health and everything, and so just finding a place to put it under, and we currently have it under the planning department. Just because it is kind of a multi.
The building permit fund. We've already really touched on that one. The only expenditure going out of that fund is a transfer to reimburse general fund for a portion of the planning department's labor and personnel expenditures as they're involved in work in coordination with the city of Portland, who administers our permit and inspection program. Other uses yet to be defined.
This is one we look at very closely. You see that one? Yes.
Yeah, because the balance has grown a lot recently.
And as we continue to have Amazon and other development, we're going to continue and, you know, if the housing market breaks free a little bit more. We need to make sure it's put to use and helping those and compensating, other departments that are there.
Okay, moving on, so under central services, general fund, non-departmental. In the non-departmental department budget, in the general fund, these are largely going to be expenditures that don't really fit very well into an existing departmental classification. I make a pretty big effort to minimize these because lumping too many things in a non-departmental category, I believe limits kind of the transparency, as it's hard to understand what that money is being used for. But that being said, there still are non-departmental expenses. Budget to budget changes, I mentioned the $1 million increase. So last year there was money and there's a surplus in, I think it might have been actually in the resiliency fund. There was a surplus of general fund dollars in that fund. And that was used for the additional defined benefit plan contribution payment. This year that's coming out of general fund balance, and that is that $1 million increase to personnel services. So that's that supplemental payment. Also here the county provides funding for other governmental aid entities or taxable special districts or organizations. The USDA Wildlife Services APHIS is typically paid for out of non-departmental. This year, when they submitted their budget request, there was a pretty substantial increase. What's normally around $64,000. There was about a 50% increase in that overall funding request to $32,300. So we brought the total requested funding for that program to $96,000. Also, we have reflected the direct funding request for the Morrow County Soil and Water Conservation District, the OSU Extension Office, and the Oregon Water Resources Department Assistant Water Master Program.
Wildlife services, they're providing more services or they just 50% more?
Yeah, I think you talked to him specifically about that.
This was a budgetary request from the state level. And then I talked to Ryan Christensen. He was pretty sheepish about that. Wasn't something that he was asking for. It was state directed. So I believe we're in a position where we can honor that, but if the budget committee would decide otherwise, reduce the amount budgeted on that.
I would think there's always the question of what are we receiving more, and this is for revenue benefit, the shooter, what's more money?
Oh, yeah. The shooter, you know, the shooter left and then the young shooter came and that guy left, so I don't do this during the shooting now.
You're in the county, right? Is that right? I'm not sure. I think your contact with Gillian County.
With who?
Gillian County,
Oh, really?
I think so. That was what I was understanding about the whole.
Well, because the young guy didn't, I mean, he was there a year, but.
Right.
Yeah, that's the Larry Mills title for him.
So as it was outlined in the request, the driving factors were largely increased cost for us to do business and increase to the federal cost of living allowance for our employees with no anticipated increase in federal or state funding.
So they can get.
So it's falling on the county.
And like,
Linda said, do we actually even have that person here today?
I'm sure if the committee wanted to, hear from the manager, we'll probably arrange something for tomorrow.
Yeah, we could reach out and have them address it.
I mean, yeah, I'd like to have some kind of explanation for the 50% increase. Oh, yeah.
And we haven't always approved the whole amount they asked for.
No, there are times, I know Larry, he used to try to pinch it a little bit, so we could.
Oh, no.
Well, to do the other three of these, did they get increased for issue in the conservation district and water master, or are they all the same as what
They're all relatively similar. So water conservation district, I think that was the same as last year's. OSU,
Is that, how much we usually get for it?
you know, we're pulling up. I should have put last year's in here too, I apologize.
The Morrow County Soil and Water Conservation District is the only soil and water conservation district in the state that is not a taxing district.
No. Yeah, I never, they do quite a bit.
Yeah, I was just curious if it was the same amount as for people getting an increase.
Yeah, the OSU budget request is the same as it was last year.
Oh,
Yeah, so there's no increase in that one. I know the water resources department, that's the same. And let me look at the soil water conservation district.
Well, yeah, because I think that there was someone replacing the shooter. I mean, it was a young. Maybe-
yeah, no.
And then he left, and I think someone else came in his place, but he doesn't live in the same place that I live, but I don't know where he would be, but if it's in Gillum County, that's kind of where the wolves are more prevalent on that side.
We have some right down go now.
But four downhill already.
Yeah, here.
Upper rate.
Upper right.
Richfield, Brendan, the Red Creek. Wow. That's where they're Santa.
Keep chatting, I just do one more minute.
Well, apparently the older man was quite a good shot, Freddie Larry.
Well, I think if you're gonna do that job, it should be a good shot.
This one's not so good, that's 50% for ammo. They stop reloading.
Larry gave a bad time about being in the plane and shooting. Coyote.
Larry was jealousy didn't go do it.
Yeah.
They harassed him a little bit over that.
Can I come back to that? Yeah. So Sabrina, can you find the budget amount for the soil water conservation district for the current year? Just shoot me a message or something with it.
And does water resources give you something saying what the county gets for that? Cause I remember the presentation last year saying that it was about having water master for Butterbrick, and then they sent out letters to everybody on Butterbrick saying that they didn't have anybody to do the work out there, so they need to put automated systems in. So I'm just curious what the county is actually getting for that.
Because also most of Butter Creek that they service in Umatilla County.
But even the part that
That they
is
said they
Morrow
were gonna
County, they
do.
said they didn't have the money for.
Yeah, with last year, wasn't part of the money, I think it was an increase last year for a helper for.
Right, so they could do that.
Yeah.
Right.
And then they sent letters saying they couldn't do it.
To put automation, having everybody put automation on their
Nice.
system, so.
Yeah, they said that they actually had some extra money and they were going to start doing some work on Willow Creek.
So it would be good to know what the county gets from there.
Contact Greg Saber and
What Morrow County's benefit is for funding.
We just run this those copies this year. Yeah. Well, Matt's grabbing those. The only other comment I had on the general fund non-departmental is that is where the operating contingency and unappropriated fund ending balances are budgeted. And those will be seen down at the bottom of that detailed table.
Was this letter included in our letters in one of our commission meetings?
I don't know.
We got it on April 16th, and it suggested go to commission.
I guess
Oh, I didn't see
I
it.
guess I assumed that it was CC to the
Yeah, this is the first I've ever seen
Yeah.
it.
It's got your name right on
I know, that's what. I would think I would get it, but yeah, you know, I mean,
Is that finances people?
Yeah.
What's he saying?
Well, it was an email, we know, to him, and I think last year he CC'd everybody on it. I'd love to see it, anybody was CC'd.
well, it was, it went right by me, I don't remember it, so.
It
Could
doesn't
be wrong, but I don't remember reading this.
My apologies on that, I assumed that he had CC'd you and
Yeah,
didn't look, I'm looking at the
Yeah, but
email, it looks like it was not.
maybe he did, but I don't remember seeing it. Well, down there it says CC and I'm not on the list, so. I think the person with the letters addressed to would get CC, but I guess not.
That was my assumption, sorry, I apologize.
I'm new to politics, so I don't know how all this stuff works. Cut people out of the loop, that you know, I'm public on.
it. Eventually comes around, for something like that.
If the committee would like it, I could reach out to, the Chris Cowitz and Ryan Christensen, for Oregon Water and then the USDA, and just have them join us first thing after public hearing, after public comment on, like, you know, whether it's in person or Zoom, just to.
I don't think so, not me, it's after the fact, really, you know.
Well, random money, yeah.
I know, but this should have been done.
Or, you know, we can, that, or if, we could do, you know, arrange a meeting discussion or something prior to disbursement of any funding, or, you know, whatever the board is comfortable with, maybe.
It goes back to April and, you know. I'm assuming it was notification on their part, not.
Well, I got it via I got the letter via email. I didn't look and see who was CC'd, it was addressed to Commissioner Sykes. I made an assumption and my assumption was wrong, because looking back, unless it was blind carbon copied, looks like I was the only recipient. And so that would be my my oversight.
It's got explanation of what they're doing for the money that they're getting.
Yeah.
So there's an actual, is there a written agreement then? This makes it sound like there's an agreement between water resources and.
I thought
There is.
there is. I recall.
There would be real on the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like myself, I don't know about you guys, but for the budget committee. It's not like it gets it, it's just that you kind of want to know how your money's being spent before you show up here. I don't think this is a venue to be having a whole bunch of people coming in to explain their programs myself, we should already know that. That's my thought.
So, you know, from this gives professional standpoint, he deals with these people on this issue on a daily basis, so.
Yeah.
He would have a better questions.
Yeah, like I said.
Well, actually, it's seen, at least they have a list.
At least they have a list of what they do, right? Yes.
Yeah, that's.
Which I don't know on the
If there's a
USDA.
contract, I mean, just making sure. that-
There is an IGA, July 1, 23 through June 30, 24. This statement of work is pretty. It's just provide water master services, referred to as work, and generally described in RS chapter 540.045. But there is an IGA.
Yeah, I don't have as many questions on these as I still do the wildlife services, the APHIS one. Cause that's, I mean, they're the only ones asking for an increase and it's a large increase and we don't even know if they have a shooter in one of those boats.
When they make budget requests, such as this, I think at one time, I mean, I was getting reports from people around town that you were asking for
So last year we sent out,
Explanation of how they spent their funds.
last year I sent out an email or a letter to everybody. And that caused all sorts of concern and discontent that I was asking for in advance. Did not send out a letter this year, but everybody, most everybody emailed me, and I got those requests, and then Matt and I, reviewed them. There wasn't, what they were basically aligned with the prior year's request, me included. The only question was the one about APHIS, and I think you said that you had talked to. I don't remember his name, Shane.
Brendan. Yeah, Christensen. So,
And that was the one that had a really substantial increase from the prior year. Yeah, the process needs to be improved. For sure.
Yeah, and almost more, I mean, year over year, it's the same, it's not that good. But there's a large increase in a group program. So, I would like to know what it's about before we get to this guy here.
I just remember them coming. And sitting. And requesting,
Yeah,
And that's what we've done last year, and
and
it took
so,
a better part of an afternoon,
and
and we didn't have the
And I think-
days to schedule that this year.
that's why I think this is fine, because we know who they are.
yeah, it's fine if you get it before the meeting.
Yeah,
Because it gets to be almost like, it's like, well, okay, yeah, that's fine.
Well, the budget hearings have been set and moved. I only got a schedule for the budget meetings yesterday. So, and no, I'm not trying to be critical, I'm just saying the situation is very odd this year. So maybe give those entities a little more benefit of the doubt.
So we should probably move on from this, have someone see if they can put together an explanation of the almost double increase. What we received for that, and then we go back to this tomorrow.
I can step out and see if I can make a call on the wildlife one.
Yeah, so that's the only one we have a question on, only because it's substantial, we don't need to spend a lot of time on the $12,000 one, but.
Don't maybe the person written that house.
Yes.
So
Right, and we don't wanna set a precedent that next year they come back and ask for 140.
And possibly for next year where we do have written things, whether if you want to revert to having them come up to you, or if we just include all the letters in the budget book as a kind of an appendix.
I would like to see like a page that has all of them.
We used to get
Like this year, and then we look at that for next year, and if we have letters for each of those that.
they'd be in that, like in the very back of the book, not in the, or in this department, non-departmental. Put what the changes are in the request, and then attach whatever comments they have with it. So we just have it in one spot, and we can glance through it. But then if we have questions that's not beneficial, we would need to have it a little in advance, if we could.
Maybe what we do is we take those non-county requests and send out to this committee membership a little bit earlier before the budget books.
I remember.
My only concern with that is just making sure that we're don't end up creating a serial meeting and violating a public meeting law.
Oh, I see what you're saying,
So these are some of the challenges. I can't take something to the board and say, do you want me to put this in the budget? Because they can't talk about or deliberate or on the budget without the entire budget committee being present, so.
I have.
Put it in a packet like that. We review it the first day and get back with any questions after lunch, and give everybody notice there may be questions, be prepared to answer. They don't have to come here. They can email an answer back for us for the next day.
Yep.
Will that work?
Or. Ask people to have their requests. In. By whatever, let's do a preliminary meeting and have requests in by that time, and then you could ask for additional information as a committee, and that way you could be informed or ask any questions. The only thing we could not do, without actually having put together a supplemental budget would be to deliberate on the actual budget amounts, but
Oh,
you can certainly talk about and vet the
I don't
request.
think we're asking you to come and ask us to put it in the budget. We're just wanting to know about it ahead of time.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of what's the best way that we can comply with budget law and meeting law,
Yeah,
that we could accomplish
Well, we don't
that.
because we're gonna talk about numbers, we're just gonna give you questions. when we-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
We'll just know.
Yeah.
No.
And if, I suppose that would also work if we could also do that just electronically, as long as you only communicate back with me.
right,
As a
do not
PA.
reply all,
Yeah.
just put that in the email, remind people,
Like CC.
because I have to do it.
Exactly, it's gonna individually.
Oh, right.
I'll go make the call on that one.
Okay.
Procedure.
Okay.
Okay, so. Moving on, finance department, in the finance department, we have, took out. There was a capital outlay budget last year, that was related to a system, software module that we hoped to purchase this year. We found out that it was not compatible with the system that we had. We basically just, didn't do that. So, personnel services, is gonna reflect, the addition of the finance manager. And then likewise on the materials and services, not a whole lot of, any significant changes really in that budget. Okay, facilities and general maintenance. This is a general fund department and also has a reserve fund established for it. In the general fund department, this budget did have some significant increases, and I've outlined those. We added $50,000 to maintenance expenditures, that's under the contracted service line, to do some pointing and tucking. I'm not exactly sure what that is, but Tony, masonry work were related to the courthouse, the historic courthouse. What we're trying to do, and we'll see this when we talk about the CIP fund as well. So there's some maintenance things that absolutely just need to be addressed that have to do with the courthouse. But then as a whole building and a historic landmark, there's probably a much bigger capital project that needs to happen in terms of restoration and major maintenance activities. And so we're accumulating funds in the CIP fund again for that potential major capital outlay related to it. But we wanted to include some maintenance item in the facilities maintenance budget to make sure that we're addressing those day-to-day things that keep it from deteriorating or could cause, potential hazards or injuries, stuff like that. In addition, so there's two grants that the Paul Gray, our prior emergency manager, had applied for through state emergency management, and were awarded. One of those was for a backup generator for this facility in Hebner, and the other one was for a backup facility generator for the Irrigan building to establish a primary and a secondary emergency operations center. With the change in emergency manager, and then the realignment, moving the emergency manager back under the sheriff's office, we've moved these items to the facilities maintenance budget. Probably a better place for them anyway, since it's really related to facilities. The Irrigan backup generator for the facility, partially funded through the $117,000 grant. That has an expiration, I believe it was coming up in September, so we're trying to move pretty quick on that. to identify a path forward to make sure that we take advantage of those grant funds. The generator for the Bartholomew building and potentially the historic courthouse. That grant has a year left on it, and we've included some just preliminary expenditures because we need to get engaged with a electrical engineer and make sure that we're sizing things appropriately for the facility. Also under capital outlay, the installation of an automatic parking gate in the sheriff's office. Matt, this one's near and dear to him. He'd really like to see some restroom doors on the public restrooms in the Irrigated Government Center building. And so we'll look at that. And then as far as fleet vehicles for the facilities maintenance department, I realize there's a lot of vehicle purchases in this capital outlay budget. Believe me, we tried to push back and really vet what those purchases were. But the long and short of it is we have a lot of 10+ year-old vehicles with 200,000 miles on them. We haven't had an overall management or rotation plan for a lot of these vehicles. It's just kind of run until the wheels come off and then figure out what we're going to do. And we're going to look at a broader approach to that going forward. But in the meantime, we do have some needs. And this capital budget includes janitorial or custodial van at $45,000. Facilities maintenance F-550 pickup, and then another smaller pickup to replace aged and vehicles that provide vehicles that are probably more appropriate for the work that's being done. In the facilities reserve fund, Matt had requested a lot of broken chairs and office furniture needs, and he had requested $150,000 in funding that he oversees to replace office furniture, chairs, desks, that type of thing as needed. Sheriff's office, we budgeted for a $30,000 outlay. We've had issues with reliability and failures related to the HVAC units on top of the sheriff's building. What really needs to happen probably is a complete redesign of the HVAC system, because we have how many rooftop? Nine rooftop units and multiple different zones that don't work together. The problem with doing that is probably $250,000, and at some point we have to say we're dealing with a 40-year-old building, and are we going to interrupt the entire operation of the sheriff's office just to do HVAC? Do we need to look at doing a remodel? Do we need to look at a different facility altogether? So there's a lot of questions there. Again, back to the capital planning exercise that we need to undertake. But in the meantime, it's a critical facility. All of our server and IT infrastructure on the south end of the county is there. We do need to address some of those issues.
There's still a roof issue? Or is that? It's fixed? Okay.
Well, we heard about one.
It's the same leak through that same, and we found the leak.
Okay.
I've had 3 different roof range back up there and found 3 pinholes in that HVAC unit, but could be fixed. My fingers still been battling for 10 years.
And then just $300,000 to maintain a reserve balance in that fund for things that come up as they need to be addressed. Just so you know, the reserve funds, those aren't any expenditures that need to occur within budget, within appropriations are going to be going through county administrator, and then obviously anything that's not appropriated or requires a budget transfer that would come before the board for those who are expected. IT department. Again, this one has a general a general fund department and a reserve fund. Hello?
So question on that one is. Where the ERP study look at because you touched on some of this earlier. As far as instead of having our own servers go to a cloud server system. I mean, we have a large taxpayer that they're in the business of providing cloud-based server solutions. And I was just wondering if it's been looked at, if that's more economical than owning and maintaining our own server.
That's a good question, and I don't have an answer for you. I could certainly. We can have that conversation with IT and. What. My understanding is it's based on what those applications are that need those, but we do have like our central file servers. And back into capital projects in here that would address some of the issues that we've been having related to having those physical on-site servers. In our discussions, because we've talked at length about, and we just had another network and IT infrastructure server interruption yesterday with another hard drive failure in the server. That's now 3 times in the last 12 to 15 months that's occurred. The first time was an actual file server failure. And it took them almost 2 weeks to rebuild that file server because there's only one. And so at that time, I started discussions with Jordan about I have a concern that we have a single point of failure. We have one file server for the county. There's no mirror server, there's no backup server. We're failed over. And part of what, and I can talk about it right now because this is part of that IT capital budget request. Part of what the concern was is that, so that's when we had that major failure, when we bought new RAID arrays and they replaced the drives in it, and we got it as it started to repair and reconfigure itself. It's still 70% of the server resources are going to day-to-day operations of the county, and 30% is going to repairing and rebuilding the server. And so during that, there's about a 2-week period. You couldn't even move your mouse across the screen on your desktop. It was pretty bad, pretty impactful. And then while it was down, nobody had access to any of their IT services. Yesterday we had a similar hard drive failure. So in my discussions that I've had, because I feel like there should be some level of redundancy, because it's pretty important to be able to have county systems online. And he hasn't brought up, maybe we should just move them all to the cloud. So I would assume there's a reason for that, but I could certainly explore that further. The plan or the proposal that's in this budget is to do what is probably a more conventional or a best practice approach, while we're still saving a little bit of cost. Best case scenario, we have a high availability mirrored server in a separate geographic location. So if our main file server fails, automatic failover to the other one, and it's a seamless, no impact. That's prohibitively expensive to have a high availability redundant backup server or configured. So in this budget, what we've proposed is it's a separate mirrored server that would be identical to our primary file server. That wouldn't be the high availability. So if there's a failure, IT would need to go and flip a switch, so to speak, to cut over to the secondary server that is basically an exact duplicate copy. One would be located in Heber, one would be located in Arion. A related capital project to ensure that there wouldn't be any network congestion issues would be to reinforce the backbone of our network, which is currently limited to 5 gigabytes between Heber and between the south and the north end, because it's actually all of the facilities. Would be to increase the hardware at the endpoints and double the bandwidth, which would make that type of configuration where you're separated by geography not impactful at all. That's the solution that I asked them to propose because it was a good balance. Provides us, puts us light years ahead of where we're at today in terms of having some redundancy, so a failure doesn't wipe out everybody's ability to access a computer. While at the same time mitigating some of the higher costs associated with an automatic failover or a fancier system. As it turns out, the increased capacity of the servers that we would use are such that we could also consolidate other existing physical servers into them and then we would have redundancy and backups of those servers as well, but we don't. So for the amount of money, I think it was $90,000 for the server project and around $15,000 for the network upgrade. We're not just adding, we wouldn't be just adding redundancy to the file servers, it would be to other servers as well. The other note on that one of those file servers is due to be replaced this year, and there's another major primary server that would also be consolidated next year at about $40,000 a piece. For about $10,000 more, plus 15 in network upgrades, we get the redundancy. So that's the background of that project. So as we work that out, he didn't mention anything about, hey, let's just move everything to the cloud. I'm not sure that I'm not sure what that would look like because
I have no idea what the economics are.
Yeah.
I was asking anybody's to consider. Again, we have a large taxpayer in the county that's in the business of providing those services. And I think probably depending upon the contract you sign with them, but redundancy is probably good. And then they're responsible for the maintenance and upgrade it, all that, through your annual fees.
What do they charge us? Do they charge us by the amount of, server space? Well, we purchased our own server, correct?
in some cases, yes. Well, for our file servers, yes.
Okay.
We have our main file servers, those are physical servers that we own, they're located in the sheriff's office. And those are physical servers. We have some systems and applications though that have their other dedicated physical servers and some that are hosted servers. So there's a kind of a combination, a lot of different configurations of it. Our primary systems, yes, are on-premise servers with, I guess, the exception now of Microsoft and Exchange servers. Those the project that we just recently finished. We still have the physical servers here, but the services are moved off to the cloud.
Yeah, then you talk about the drives failing in the servers, but moving to a cloud-based system, we're going to be suspect to internet outages, which at least at the courthouse or in the south end of the county are almost weekly, where we don't have internet. And so now that we're on cloud-based Microsoft, it can't email anyone. So I have Jordan's cell phone number. I text him, internet's out again. And we're saying Windlade is having an outage. So moving to a cloud-based system, at least right now, may cure hard problems, but we're still gonna have other issues.
Well, I think.
And if the internet's down with our current state, we can still access our file servers.
Mm-hmm.
The internet's down and we are totally web-based, we might as well just all go.
And that was my reluctance on the question, because if we were completely cloud-based, there's a single ISP available to us in the south end of the county. That's a lot of risk, even if they have a rock solid history of service with very limited outages. That's a lot of risk also.
I would check with the bank. I'll bet you they don't have their own service. I bet it's all in the cloud.
I'm not sure what they're doing now.
I doubt.
Because
I
I've
mean,
been
but I don't know who they're using as an ISP. And I mean, because they can't put up with down
No.
time. I mean, never. You know, I mean, I don't know, I thought maybe they had a direct hookup to,
I
Winway.
wouldn't say never, but
Well, I know, but not,
it's not common.
yeah, I mean, it's bad up with the bank, and yeah,
So, but it wouldn't hurt to ask them, I mean,
I would think that would be a good model for us to
Yeah.
come.
I'll certainly, before there's some, planning and stuff that has to occur before we proceed with these.
they would be the
Certainly have the
next,
discussion.
one would be similar to what.
Yeah, you need a lot of uptime on your servers, because, I mean, they probably don't even know where their servers are.
Oh,
They're in the cloud somewhere, but they could be, yeah,
some of them do, not all of them.
Well,
Some do, yeah.
they know that AWS has it, or Microsoft, somebody.
Oh, yeah.
The physical server could, who knows, might be up here, might be, but the uptime to the internet is a critical thing.
Yeah.
I think they're on Winwave, aren't they? Don't they have that direct line right out of the bank? There's a Winwave right
I
out of
don't
that.
know. No anymore. But they're on.
I'm just asking you to consider.
Yeah.
And the nice
Kim
thing
would
is,
say, move it on here.
if
You see my eyes over there.
if approved with the duplicate server, we can always come back, make sure we do the due diligence and come back and whether say moving to a cloud with this kind of confidence level or doing that before we proceed.
And not to beat a dead horse, but the last comment I'll make on that. One of the material weaknesses on our financial audit was the lack of the IT disaster recovery plan. And we got a consultant engaged, and part of what we're talking about here is, so they're going to be reviewing all of our systems and helping us put together what's that plan look like, and through that process, we'll gain, and Jordan's gonna be primarily the point of contact with the consultant on that. We'll probably gain a good understanding of what options and alternatives exist and why we should or should not be using that.
Well, I can tell you this, I was on Winway before this in the business. I think I had them for a year, they're kind of expensive, but I can't remember ever being down. They got a high, I don't remember, that's what we had, I went by our office, I was up there. The Blue Mountain, I can't say the same about them, not that, I love them in those places, good, but. So, anyway.
Out of the IT reserve fund,
Can I? Just to let you know, I was able to get in touch with wildlife, Ryan Kirstensen. He forwarded me the same email that they shot for justification, but he's going to join us tomorrow, right during public comment. And we'll just give you an update on what the system is right now. So you can say it this year.
Thank you.
So, yeah, so we'll have him report tomorrow.
for the IT reserve fund, before we move off of IT, there was a typo on this, primarily. We don't want to put we didn't put the ERP system replacement project in our normal general fund operating department, just because something that large would skew into historical trending that we'd like to be able to maintain. So for a big, large one-off project like that, we would keep that in do that out of the IT reserve fund. But there's a typo right above the table there where I talked about the funding for that project. I said utilization of ARPA, SLFRF funds. That's not accurate. It's actually we have the $731,000 of the local and tribal consistency fund, federal dollars. It's got an expiration date on it. This is an allowable use. And it would be a combination, as the way it's structured in this budget, to do $150,000 of general fund plus those LAPCF funds to get those utilized. That was my last comment on my team, sorry.
So scratch ARPA, it's gonna go LAPCF.
Yeah.
And what was LATCF?
So LAPCF, it was a federal grant. It was kind of an afterthought, I guess. Nobody knew it was coming. It came. We got the first payment in 2020. It was right after I got here. So it must have been 2022 August or so. It was more funding from the treasury. It was, I think, originated under the, one of the recovery, the ARPA Act. And it was just kind of a, here's 300,000 this year, here's 300,000 next year, and you have to spend it on any governmental service by December of 2025.
Wow.
So same type of expenditure requirement. It was all part of all of the ARPA and stuff that went on during COVID. So, but I inappropriately identified it in the budget document as the SLFRF funds, which is what we've typically referred to as the ARPA funds, the 2.1 or $3.3 million that we had in the original pay off. Moving on to human resources. There was not really, there was nothing really significant that's changing in the human resources department. Most of Lindsay's comments that she had were relative to the ERP project is very related to her department. We're looking at the payroll and HRIS systems as well. Human resources director also oversees the safety committee fund, which is a dedicated fund that's typically been funded through SAFE, our workers' comp carrier dividends, when those dividends are paid and made available. A portion of those has typically gone to the general fund, and a portion has gone to the safety committee. I think we're recommending in this, we don't know year to year how much we're gonna get, so we budgeted for an amount, and I think looks like this year we budgeted, $29,000, because it's pretty close to what we got this year. They can swing wildly. So any funding that we received beyond that, we wouldn't necessarily just put it into the safety committee fund. We'd probably have a conversation with the board real quick where we want to get surplus to. Moving into can we take about 2 minutes? I just need to refill my water glass.
Sure. I don't want you to cry out.
All right, let's take you lunch break.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you for a little bit of a break there. Moving into the community services area. Start off with the museum. This is a pretty straightforward budget because the operation of the museum is contracted out. Farm Foundation, typically, the only expenditure on this line item in the general fund is for the payment to the Farm Foundation. We're changing that a little bit. Again, there's a lot of costs associated with the museum that are just getting buried in general fund.
Do we maintain the building?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and utilities, and
Yes.
we don't have utilities in this budget because we have to basically go through and separate those out. But this increase doesn't represent an increase in the cost of the contract for the Farm Foundation. This is the cost of the insurance for the building and its contents. Buildings and and their contents.
And that was previously under.
I'm just throwing everything on the department.
We're getting
on the
closer to
department.
accurately reflecting what it costs.
Yes.
Yes, there'll be a supplemental probably because we just didn't have the time to do it, but I want to get there. And this is a pretty easy one because it's a standalone facility, so there's no fancy allocations that have to happen.
Additionally, just for the committee's knowledge, the museum since like 95 or something like that has been getting a distribution of about $11,000. That's just an agreement that's happened with the county. I believe it comes from Is it lottery or is it just in a fund? It's,
Won't get in.
Well,
but it's something that, I'd like to look at this next year before the next year's budget. $11,000. You know, there's been a lot of interest, growth, so, and they are very proud that they don't take taxpayer money. But it is quite a little gym down there, so I just want to, we'll be looking at that, but right now, stay the course, show actual costs, is what we're looking at.
well, you know. So to Matt's point though, you know, the requests or the funding of things that are funded with video lottery money are now. You know, last year there was the case too, they're about double the amount of video lottery money that we get, so. You can, I guess, decide which ones you want to say are funded through tax dollars or video lottery dollars, but it's a pretty large amount at this point. So
What's Kevin, what's the restrictions or guidelines on the lottery funds anymore? Didn't it start out as economic?
it
development
must
years
be
ago?
used for economic development purposes.
Well, and I think on the more recent, the farm one, there were some, pretty special agreements made verbally. I don't know if they're in writing. But, you know, that one, I would say, the other one is very important as well, but it's been there a long time. And so, you know, the equipment one has been there quite a long time, but I think that they're remembering Larry Mills' comments. I think there were some agreements as to how long people would leave their equipment there if, you know, if it were to change, you know, drastically. Those people probably are no longer here, but they could be. So just to kind of keep that in mind a little bit.
So it's another one of those, we turned over a stone and for the time being, I put it back, because. You know, we're working on our insurance renewal right now, and one of the things that our agent Leland, you know, brought up was. You know. Some of this equipment and some of the contents of these buildings are now double covered because the counties always carry them on our insurance, and yeah. So there's a lot to unpack. There's a number of agreements, signed, unsigned, or, you know, unfortunately, we don't even know about the verbal ones. So there's a little bit of work that needs to go into straightening all that out. From a cost perspective, no big changes this year, other than just doing a better job of accounting for it. In the fair fund. The significant items, for the fair fund. The capital outlay budget, I don't have that, I guess that's in the reserve. Scratch that, perfect. So historically, there were 3 funds associated with the fair. There's the fair fund, which is the operating fund, which also receives its own portion of video lottery money, and then has been supplemented by other general fund dollars. There's the fair capital reserve, or the fair improvement fund, as it was once known, and the fair roof reserve. This budget, there's 0 benefit or need or reason to keep multiple, 2 reserve funds for the fair. This budget consolidates those, so we'll be eliminating the fair roof reserve and just rolling that in, merging it with the fair capital reserve fund. We'll still account for the money and the dollars, just like we allocate to projects in the CIP fund. We just don't need the overhead of maintaining an extra fund for reserves for really the same purpose. Other noteworthy things what to do with the fair, the $1.27 million in grants for infrastructure improvements at the fair. There's plans, I didn't include all the details in this because I didn't really have all of the scope of what's going to be addressed, but there's well underway in terms of defining the scope and plans to move forward and utilize it to take advantage of that.
That's the kitchen.
Right there, the exhibit hall, kitchen, annex.
And we see get drawn into that, yes.
What's the timeline on that? What does that have to be spent?
In 26.
End of 26.
Yeah, and so we're looking at that. However, with some other discussions, we're kind of. I've got my finger on the RFP to send out for the final architectural designs, because the initial one was just for a feasibility study. But with other considerations for. Until the next BOC meeting for some additional direction.
That's gonna be a good meeting. Well, good.
Yeah, pretty long day.
Be a long day. You'll be right here at 9 o'clock tonight.
Yeah. No, we gotta go north.
Oh.
We gotta go north for 9 o'clock.
Well, the urgency.
No, you're gonna say night.
Wait, 69 here.
Oh, so we'll be in,
Morning,
yeah, so we'll be in Oregon most.
Right.
Okay.
You'll be
I was
here at
thinking-
9
I
o'clock.
was hoping it was the other way. It works out better for me. Dave gets off good on the. You don't have to drive home an hour after 9 o'clock.
See, well.
Yeah, I don't mean it this way.
Yeah, I bet. Doesn't usually work that way, does it? By the time you guys have to get into it.
Okay, moving along to, public transit, the loop. No real significant, operating changes, this year, reduction in, contingency, just as a side note. You'll notice that there's a pretty substantial amount in reserve for future expenditures. We've got to do some work, in this department to realign the budget with the, stiff plan, operating plan for the transit. They're not in great alignment. We need to do that. Once we, got all the budget updated, there's a significant amount of money left over, and you know, this is primarily grant funded, so. We put that in reserve for future expenditures, as it'll probably end up getting carried over the next fiscal year and the next SIF plan. And for just, I guess, transparency and legal purposes, you also see the Fund 504, which was the FTA grant fund. A portion of the costs related to the loop were being accounted for in this separate fund. There was not a need, we eliminated that fund last year, but we have to continue to include it in our reporting for 3 years, so. No activity or proposed budget for FY25. And then the reserve fund for, vehicle purchases. There's no planned expenditures for vehicle purchases in FY25.
No, fairly new, right?
Yeah. Rodeo, gosh. It's not. It depends on who I talk to, when I talk to. It was part of the county. It is part of the county. It's not anymore. I apologize. I'm blunt. There's an operating fund for the rodeo. We quit using that last year. There's nothing budgeted for it this year. If it's a separate standalone 501c, there doesn't need to be. There's also a reserve fund. It sounds like this money actually belongs to the rodeo, but there's, I thought we all understood that, and then I heard some questions, and so it probably should not be considered a governmental fund. It probably should be considered a fiduciary fund, because it's funds that we're holding on behalf of another entity, but before we make any change to it, it should be great to have something in there and to get that ironed out. So
Some of those people that would know, I'm not sure they're still here.
Yeah, I know, those, yeah.
And they get,
Merlin,
as they're there, and then they make their way to.
Well, Kevin, that brings up an interesting question, actually, to me, anyway. What defines a group like this to be able to use the county budgeting system? Is it just a vote of the commissioners?
no.
Or is there rules?
So if and there. So my opinion, our auditor's opinion, but we just left it alone until because there's nothing in writing and. Until there is, we're just gonna leave it alone. Is that these are, like I said, should probably be a fiduciary fund. It would, really, I think any entity could put money on deposit with the county treasurer. For the county treasurer to act as the fiscal agent for those funds. I don't even think that's limited to not-for-profits or governmental entities or taxing districts.
It's been a while. since I read that statute.
Yeah, but there's very little limitation, so it's up to Jaylene.
If it was integrated in like you have it here to your budgeting system. And I'm not saying that we should take on, but I mean, what would cause a group like this to come to you and say, can we do this? It'll be include, have you manage our funds, include us in your budgeting, blah, 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 whatever advantage they found to be entitled.
So normally we would never budget for a fiduciary fund. We have 50 funds that the budget committee is never gonna, never sees because they're funds that are held on behalf of other taxing districts or entities. They're fiduciary in capacity. That's the county's role. Jaylene oversees that. And we are not required by budget law, nor do we budget for them. So that would be the normal arrangement. But because these were considered governmental funds or part of governmental operations for the county at one point in time, which it was, they're reported as governmental funds. It's unclear on whether, we think that this balance could be just, we could say, have the board, issue an order that says this is, we're planning this to be a fiduciary fund and get it out of our governmental funds. But it would be good to have something in writing between the rodeo board and the board and just to memorialize it. What's created the confusion is there was a lot of stuff that was done and nothing's in writing.
Right, I
To
think
be
it was
perfectly blunt.
originally the Morrow County Fair and Rodeo still does that. But I think there was a fracture between the fair board and the rodeo people a long time ago.
I think there's been multiple fractures.
Well, it's still going on. And they broke off and created their own board and did their own rodeo, but then that's what made them not county fair anymore.
So that's the only reason why you're seeing it in the budget,
So it's kind of grandfathered in.
right?
Well,
Okay.
I budget for expenditure of 100% of the balance, but nothing is gonna get done unless we or Jaylene gets a letter from the chair of the board that says we need to have these funds dispersed. So. And in the meantime, we'll work on getting some resources on, cleaning it up.
Okay. Be careful, please have to.
Well, I think we had a similar discussion about this last
We
year.
did.
And the year before, and the year before, and the year before, and the year before, and the year before.
Yes, it's not grandfather, it's great grandfather.
Well, and more than likely, because this has been here forever, the ones that are now taking care of it don't know how it started, why it started, they're just doing what they're told, and like.
Right, but that's a decision that can be made board to board, correct?
Right.
Yeah, and what it needs, and there's more, I mean,
There's more.
there's no operating, there's no lease involved, I mean, this.
Oh, right.
Somebody needs to be, all of us, if lightning hit this room today, or whoever comes and replaces all of us should be able to walk to a file cabinet, pull out a contract that says, oh, I get it. That just doesn't exist today, and we just need to, adding some of it.
Totally.
We need more bandwidth,
Well,
and that's on the way.
You have that boots on, where your taps and.
But they seem to get along with what they did without us last year. It was zero.
No money,
Well,
like, but not through the fund.
yeah, so this is their money. For all, nobody's really discounted that, so. But they also request funding, as a contribution from the county.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm not arguing the money part of it. I'm just arguing not arguing, I'm just trying to understand the relationship. Okay, we were involved with handling their money. And last year we were too. Okay, I just saw the zeros down here. I thought maybe we,
Yeah, it was like at the end of the day when we give the food banks and that, then that's when we gave it out to the other nonprofits.
Yeah, that's
And
fine.
we funded the
I'm not
road.
saying we shouldn't, I'm just kind of,
Yeah,
if we went along for a year and they were fine with it the way it went, but we were involved last year.
yeah, we
Okay.
were. Okay.
Well,
It's just confusing. I thought the same thing when I
Okay.
looked at
yeah.
it. Okay,
Parks Department. So there is, the Parks Department provided a pretty thorough write-up of, goings on. We presented, I presented this in the budget book here, we have total for Fund 238, which is all three parks together. Then we have also presented those broken out by, individual parks. In terms of, I commented earlier about the $50,000 contribution from general fund to help fund that new, for the changes in those FTEs. I just want to point out that in order to make sure that the fund has adequate reserves and operating contingencies, that transfer actually in total is about $71,000. For planned capital outlay, what's included in the book here, you can see a cabin improvement at Cutsford Park, a flatbed for a pickup that was purchased last year, replacement for a mower. And then the Parks Department's already received grants award for the replacement of the UTV, and the commitment for the county portion of that grant actually went before the board when they applied for the grant, if you recall. As I understand it, there is potentially going to be a reprioritization of some of the capital outlay requests that we didn't get in time to get into the book. So just know, and I think I don't remember which ones they were.
It would be the cabinet principal part. They would take that off this year and the laundromat update.
That one wasn't in this year though.
It's not, no, okay. Because it would have to be a lot more.
So there's a grant opportunity to apply for a grant for a skid steer.
And it's there.
And
My quotes came in about 105. And it's 20% match, so I have to come up with like something.
yeah. So we'll bring that back. We'll bring that back to the board to be fair, but if there's a change, it'll be to fund the grant, the Mac County portion for the skid steer. That's not something, I mean, there's not adequate contingency in reserves just to take it out of that, add to it, so.
That would be about $21,000.
That's a mower replacement.
Yeah, it sounds like they had they're replacing some home use oriented type mowers, if I understood it right.
We got 2 of the home use, and I got one that we inherited from you, Tony.
So replacing those with a commercial.
Yeah. Commercial mower.
did we, and maybe I'm mixing up today with a year ago. Improvements for the building at Cutsport Park that general use. Was that done last year?
No, that grant came up and with stipulations, they. For that grant. It's turned away to the. We're having a hard time identifying who owns the building. On some stipulations. Yeah.
Oh, it's the 4-H or what?
If 4-H owns the building or if county owns the building. We have a pretty substantial great to go into that, I mean, the new kitchen and
Right,
but. There was only one grant available out there that would allow us to do that kind of work to a building, and we couldn't find it really own the building, but you find it very. And
Yeah, I did a bunch of research on that for public works. I think it suggested to Kirsty that where the 4-H have been quit claim any interest in the building. Just in case you want to.
yeah, well.
The 4-H, what we call the 4-H building.
Right.
Right, the county rents it out for events, for weddings and things, I've been to it.
Right.
So,
I mean, we do all the maintenance, I
Right.
mean, we do everything to it.
This is one of those legacy handshake agreements.
Right, well, when it started out, and I know a little bit of history on it. It started out as 4-H did some work, maybe constructed a portion of it or something, or paid for construction of a portion of it. That park wasn't always a county park, the county owned park. It was, kind of a public-private / park organization that had it. That involved our grandfather Kim and a number of others, and then, so then I think when the county took possession of the park, they did some work to it. And maybe some improvements, maybe added on, I can't remember exactly what. And so there's always been, well, 4-H built or paid for some, county does this and that, and so my suggestion was just have 4-H quit claim it to the county, and then create a MOU or a whatever for use of it and clear up the title so they can get this grant. That was my suggestion.
it's a good suggestion.
Because are you gonna take care of that?
Well, I thought it would be.
Gotta be the public works.
It's easy.
Now, if you move forward with a capital improvement plan this summer, like you're talking, then that would be something that they would bring in at that time, correct? Parks,
Yes, yeah, but we certainly want to include it, there's. It's a little bit, it sounds like there's probably some grant funding available, so we would want to certainly include it in the capital improvement plans. But to the extent that it was funded by outside funds and not. You know, some other current county stream of revenue, we wouldn't necessarily need to prioritize it along with. You know, other projects that would need SIP money, PRES money, or general fund.
no, but it would put it in the picture of what needs to be done in the county.
That's the idea.
That building is used a lot. It is. I mean,
Outdoor school, they use.
yeah,
Well, I'm sure part of the plan would be to prioritize which of the special projects, so.
Oh, yeah.
I don't see if they.
So,
Does it need to be in the budget
It's gonna
though?
replace
They're gonna do it this year, even if those are grant funds, I mean.
So- Let's, so the way budget law works, if there is an unplanned revenue. That is restricted in use that we receive throughout the year, so, let's say. We, 4-H quit claim that tomorrow and July 1, we got awarded the grant to go do something with the building. So it's a restricted use and revenue, and the board can actually do a supplemental budget. Via resolution, we don't even have to go hearing. In order to increase appropriations, as long as there's a restricted use, that's specific. Revenue that's over and above the resources I've written the budget to
I just wanted to make sure we weren't
Yeah.
locking ourselves in something.
Nope.
Okay. Very good.
There's flexibility.
Moving on.
Good question.
Sorry.
I think we had that same discussion with here, just like.
Yeah, well,
I heard, I'm confused. Here last year, I can't remember.
Can't remember what we did before March.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Public Works. Eric's been hanging out all day.
No, I got it.
Thank you, guys. So in Public Works, we have. Well, we're gonna start with Public Works Administration. And this is basically just administrative staff, and that oversees or administers all public works functions. There's gonna be some change likely to how this is structured with the assistant county administrator. But for the purposes of this budget, we're just including it all under public works. Again, just like we've seen in other all the other departments, there's increases in materials and services related to the retirement plan and the allocated insurance, the software subscription costs. Probably the most significant thing in Public Works Administration is the purchase of vehicles, and there's a total amount of $162,000 there. Eric, maybe I'll just have you run through those real quick so I can take a break.
Sure. You want me to talk about the vehicles?
Yeah.
Okay, so,
What we're doing currently versus
yeah, so currently we have.
come up here, so it's a for you.
Currently, the public works staff. We're using road vehicles. It's been that way, probably forever. And so just transparency in that for budget reasons, we want to get 3 public works vehicles versus having the roads paid for. So, yeah, so my pickup, the one I'm driving now, is a road pickup. If this is approved, I will move into a F-150. I don't need a big F-250. And we would have an additional one for staff that runs to Hetner daily and other places. And a third one for other county employees, because Lexington is very central and a lot of people come through there. It would be available for other staff to use to get around the county. So yeah. I think I might have read that there was yesterday there was 4, but I think it's actually 3. Okay, good. Okay, I thought I read somewhere 4, so that's the plan for public works vehicles.
And then the vehicles you're driving are surplus. Or do they go-
So the one I'm personally driving is pretty darn new. It's only got 20,000 miles on it, and it already is owned by roads, so it will go to the curb.
Oh, okay.
It's a big heavy duty pickup, which I do not need.
Okay.
Yeah.
This said, oh, okay, this one says a 250 and it says pickup number 1 is a 250, pickup number 2, it doesn't.
Are you administration of roads?
No, capital out.
Yeah, so number 1 would be if the current F-250 will be going
Will be
for
going to the road.
and replaced with an F-150.
Oh, and I need to mention a name to you.
Okay. Which one?
Eric. Harry or Keith.
Okay.
Gonna go bad.
Okay,
I already told you guys
yeah,
that I get hit up every time they know I'm the budget.
yeah, they all got my number.
Yes, and I didn't give it to them.
Yeah.
I just had to give it.
Yeah, you bet, no problem.
Thank you for fielding those calls, Linda.
Yeah. I don't know why they think I can, change the world, but I get some interesting ones. That one is. Luckily, Perry Suzuki doesn't hear well. So I'm pretty much not.
I think he hears okay, he just doesn't listen.
Well, that's true.
But I have told
He
them
just
for
turned 90,
years.
he just turned 90, so.
Yeah, I told
Yeah.
the Warners for years. Come partake in the road committee meetings, become a road committee member,
Oh,
come.
they don't wanna do that.
No, they just want to say,
That's what he told me. I didn't serve on that thing, or no. Okay.
they have their own board.
All right, on to transfer stations. County has 2 transfer stations, solid waste transfer station and north end transfer station. Big increases in landfill fees.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, I read about that.
Yeah. I forgot the memo, but that's your fault too, so. We also, we have 2 capital projects in this proposed budget. For scales and installation at both of the transfer stations. as well as the replacement of some waste containers. Because I think that's actually at both transfer stations. Just FYI, the balance, so we look at, when we prepare the budget for this, we look at the total revenues that generated through fees and total expenditures for the transfer stations. And then whatever that net expenditure amount is, because fees don't cover all the revenues or all the expenditures. We transfer as a reimbursement to the general fund from the Fit Review license fees. That was way back when that contract was in place. That was the original restricted use, and was in order to keep the cost of providing those services low for county residents. And so there's not a requirement that we do that, but it just felt, it was consistent with what the original purpose of the tank was.
Well, I think it's smart and saves money in the long run, because go pick up all their garbage and long roads, right?
Did you run them by him?
Moving along to the weed department. We're buying goats. So I just a brief funny story. Somebody I know as a finance director in another municipality nearby, and the manager of that municipality, there's been an ongoing joke because they do pretty big holiday events, and they wanted to buy reindeer one year, and my wife, being a very prudent, fiscally prudent person that she is, I really want to spend money on that. I got a kick out of it when I opened the proposal for the weed department, and I saw goats for $30,000, and I had missed the agenda item that that apparently been discussed, or the program with the Army Corps of Engineers, where and I thought that was just pretty funny, because we sent a picture to my wife, like, I'll take your reindeer and run up to you, because we got goats in our budget now. Anyways, that actually is one of the primary drivers for increases in his materials and services expenditures. You'll see there's 120% variance from the current budget to proposed budget. That is largely, I put the amount in there, $29,000 increase due to the contracted services for prescriptive goat grazing. And that will be actually reimbursed, though, through the Army Corps of Engineers. So there's going to be an offsetting revenue. Well, it's contracted. You know, we're going to have a contractor come out with their goats.
You're just gonna manage that.
Well, we're going to have a contractor. He's going
Right,
to deploy the goats. I guess that'd be the right.
like we've been doing.
Deploy the goats.
So it's actually I laugh, but the more I thought about it, I you know, maybe I'm sheltered. I've just never heard of that being offered as a contract service, but it actually makes a lot of sense.
We have 100 on
Yeah, the one.
the face of the dam once a year. Yeah,
I'll have to look at that.
so I have a question. At the beginning, it says the weed department has spent an exorbitant amount of time dealing with energy entities. Weed issues, but those are on private property, so why is the county dealing with them?
So this is enforcement.
Oh,
And also
Making sure they're
when they come through, since they have agreements with the county on different things, there is a weed abatement program that we have to make sure they're in compliance for. One of the things, just to let this committee know, we're currently staffed at 1.475 FTE on this. There's been requests for additional FTEs. Rather than pulling that out of general fund, we're looking at contracted services to help justify that, or agreements with some of these energy providers to bring forward more FTEs. This was successfully implemented in Sherman County, but they're a little more remote. There's more, you know, contractors available, and as we're close to Umatilla and more population base. However, as you know, we've got a lot of solar, a lot of wind turbines, And each and every one of them hit, and even though it's on private property, the agreement's with us and we're responsible to make sure that they're taking care of it.
So it's just really, sort of like patrol. They're not spraying and.
Technically, it's yes, patrol. It could turn into where they contract with us, because they can't get providers. So there might, so if you come back next year on this committee and suddenly see there's a mid-year spike, that's because of some of these other possible discussions that are going on. But with the amount of solar, we just heard a great presentation from one solar company about having sheep graze underneath the solar panels, which would help alleviate the weed issues. It'd be nice because we have other solar installations that are bare ground, and that's gonna be tough.
Goes to where you have berries. And the sheep when you have grass.
Oh, I see.
They actually talk about planting grasses.
Also, what's the weed apparatus?
That is a spray apparatus. Eric, you want to describe that one?
Sure, it's more or less just a skid that goes on a flatbed pickup.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the pickup's portion of it, and then the skid is, they're built by agriculture companies.
They have arms.
It has a boom,
That's like,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
what.
it's got arms, yeah. So,
Similar to what like Mark's thinking.
Yeah.
Maybe more,
71,000.
115,
Oh, that must include okay, that's about right,
who's the rating?
maybe.
And Corey also has a
Sounds like.
reserve equipment fund. And we're gonna,
It's really up to budget.
we are going to, he wants to fund that reserve, a portion of that, fund that reserve through a portion of the contract fees. He's got a lot going on. He's doing a lot to grow that department, but not burden the general fund revenues with it. So he's making a lot of effort to generate revenue within the department to help cover his costs of operation and leverage that to provide better services across the county. And one of the things that he wants to do is allocate a portion of the revenues received through those contracts to his reserve fund for equipment. But we'll probably look at, because he did a very thorough job at providing us, what we're looking at for capital expenditures within his department for the next few years. And there are some facilities needs and stuff in there, so this will be again part of a larger discussion of prioritization and whatnot. So that's the weed department.
Are you working with them on the rates to charge for contract services?
Yeah, I sat down with him several months ago and put together, gave me this is how to calculate, equipment usage and labor hours, and Public Works also does that for other contract services that they do and reporting purposes. So yeah.
It actually includes equipment costs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, absolutely. So we already do that. So when the weed department is, gonna go spray weeds for road, for example, we'll do an interfund invoice. Where they'll charge and bill the road department for those services, and it comes back and reimburses the general fund for these services. And we include labor, loaded cost of labor, materials, and equipment. On the airport, moving along. You mentioned earlier, there was a kind of a decrease in the budget size, mostly related to being on the in-between year between airport improvement plans and having grant funding for significant capital projects. So overall, there's a budget reduction, and the only capital outlay request that was submitted to the airport for this year, and actually for subsequent years, apparently the the contracting the airport for drone activities, takeoffs and landings, that UAS related stuff has been growing, and they're proposing to add some drone storage. Concrete pads, test pads and storage for these drones or UASs. Relatively inexpensive. They have $4,500 down, and essentially that's like a container of a small concrete pad. So, and they plan on phasing that over the next few years. Next year, is that when the improvement plan will be updated?
Yeah, every other year.
And there'll probably be some other capital projects and grant funds related to the airport at that point.
So Eric, would you mind sharing what you shared at the end last week about what you're getting from revenue from the drone people?
Oh, yes, so this is the second group that has asked to use the airport, and this particular company who wishes to be unnamed, I think they're out of Hood River. They're paying $200 a day, every day that they're here testing, they're here today. And the containers that Kevin mentioned, they'll be paying $20 a day, every day for those, and that they'll be here through the summer, they'll probably be here for a year or more, so.
It wouldn't take long for them to pay for the improvements that we're making.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And road department.
We're back on schedule.
We're actually ahead of
I
schedule.
see that.
Like I said, we spent a lot of time talking about, a lot of what else we're talking about for here, yeah, so it worked out.
Except for the hidden stuff in here.
That's a prize stuff you made up.
Yeah, made up.
There's nothing made up. Anybody that's sitting there waiting at Facebook, ready to type away. I mean, road department. Yeah. We actually have already talked about pretty much everything, all the capital projects, acquisitions to do with the road department. I guess the only other thing, and I've already mentioned this as well, is that the original plan to have a bridge reserve built for $2.5 million within 5 years. When I reallocated these fund balances and moved some of the press monies into the road fund. To fund that, we moved $3 million in there, and we're able to achieve that goal early. So, and Eric's moving forward with a bridge plan and working with the engineering firm on that, and we should hopefully see some progress on it.
Yeah, there's 2 grants awaiting for, hopefully at least one of them will get funded. If not, we have enough money to do a bridge now, so.
Yeah.
Will you do the one by my house on the blackboard?
Is it low rated?
No, you know the one I'm talking
Yeah,
about. I think it's low rated.
yeah.
I wanna do them all.
So, any particular questions about the road fund? I said we kind of went through most of it. I want to make sure to answer anything that you have.
Well, again, though, we really were thorough on this in
Yeah.
the morning. I feel like.
So, if there's no questions on that one, that actually concludes the budgets that I had scheduled to go through today. Early. I honestly thought we'd be here
Look, I could.
till 5.
It worked.
So,
Well, because I ordered 3 That's the best for the project I'm working on. We're coming on the 14th and they were gonna call 2 hours before they came. I just got a text. They're here.
Hold see, okay.
I just want to kill people. I go, what do you do with a set of box springs and mattresses?
Well, unless you can take those to jail with you.
I don't know how hard, I mean, they called me and gave me a schedule for every single one of them separately. I kept getting the robot call. And then my son called, what are you doing with these beds? I'm like, I don't know. I'm doing Tuesday.
So we want to recess until,
We'll recess till 9 o'clock.